from Elder Ernie Daniels and Dave Daniels, and I want to thank them again for that. We had an opening prayer yesterday as well from Elder Harry Bone. He opened us up, and we had our drum group here from Long Plains as they opened us up with our grand entry song and our flag as we brought in our flags. Chief Batson, who spoke on behalf of Chief Meaches and Chief Kennedy from the AMC Women's Council, C92, as well as the National Advisory Committee. Then we're going to be hearing brief specific claims in Manitoba from Rappel Fraser. Then we're going to continue on our afternoon with the cost canon. So we have a lot of items to get to today. As I mentioned before, we'll try to get through them in a timely manner. I know a lot of us are traveling back today. So with that, I would like to call up Grand Chief Arlen Dumas as well as Melanie McKinnon, the AMC Senior Advisor on Health and Scenario Team, and they are going to be presenting on the Universal Health Corps Possible Futures for Health, which can be found, again, mentioned on tab 7 of your guys' packages. Sorry, of the chief and proxies packages. And I'm not sure if you guys have a PowerPoint or for our guests to view as well. I'm not sure if you have a PowerPoint. If we may need to set that up. No PowerPoint? Okay. So you could follow along in tab 7 of your package.
Good morning, chiefs, proxies. Nas kumun kita mi mama pia Keeshkeemaquah taman na tugiguana. Grateful for another beautiful day in the great community of Long Plains. I just want to welcome everyone again, our members of our assembly, our chiefs who take time to come and be with us today, and as well as our elder council and everyone that's here. Chiefs, as you recall, yesterday I talked briefly about Wabong and the visions of that document, and acknowledging former chief from Brochet who thanked the chiefs for continuing on with the work and the good things that had been done from those very visionary times, and the things that had allowed to the opportunities that abounded from that time. I've said personally that I'm very fortunate to grow up in the era that I grew up, because I can see that I personally benefited from all of these things that had rolled out through the visions of our chiefs and through the work of our chiefs in those days. I just happened to be around when we were rolling out these concepts that were completely foreign. Sometimes we get so busy with day to day and our reality today that sometimes we forget where we were a few years back. These things like local control. That was completely a foreign concept. It was never going to happen. The federal government was always going to be the masters of our destiny. You look at health transfer agreements. You take a look at all of these things that slowly trickled from those visions of our grandfathers and our great grandfathers, and their work and their advocacy. And I benefited. I see it. I know it, and I embrace it, and I am grateful for that. However, what I sort of think about now is that at the time we had to be reactionary. We had to move, and I remember Chief Philip Biggity from Brochet, remember he said, tell the chiefs, I said, thank you for continuing on with the work, because before we had nothing, And take that opportunity and think back 50 years ago. What were the conditions of our communities 50 years ago? how much infrastructure did we have? How many of the things were not of our control? And we sort of we stood by our leadership and we pushed the boundaries, and it facilitated a lot of these things. And I'm grateful for that leadership, and I'm grateful for it has benefited me, and it has honed, you know, my opportunities and my abilities, and has allowed for me to achieve the things that I've achieved. And I look out at some of the chiefs that are actually sitting at this table who have university degrees, that have educations, that are professionals in their own right, and that is a product of that era, of that advocacy of that time. Now, with that said, at the time it was a reactionary thing. We were filling a void that we needed to fill. But I think 50 years later, now we have an opportunity to actually start describing and detailing and fashioning what that void is and how it's going to be for our people. We will be the masters of our destiny. We will be in control of what it is we want, because nobody knows what it is we need in our communities more than ourselves. We know what it's like to live in our communities. We know the reality that we have to deal with, and what it is we need to do to provide for our people. So I want to acknowledge, Melanie will come up here in a few minutes. I want to thank the chiefs for giving us the mandate to continue to move forward on the Universal Health Accord concept, and that we'll be talking about that in greater detail here today. And then I'm also looking forward to the continued discussions that we will be having that will help us move in the direction that we need to move. But with that said, it's also very important to acknowledge the vision of those chiefs 50 years ago, because 50 years ago, we didn't have the consummate professionals amongst our communities that we do today. And I want to acknowledge each and every one of those people who have come over the last couple of years to work on very high level, very informative, fact-based, skills-based discussions on what our path will be. And because of that vision, we're able to have that conversation. And it seems as though the government always creates opportunities with us, but you think back in those times when we were moving and reacting, they never gave us an opportunity to actually have the acumen or the sound decision making to move forward. We simply reacted. But here we are today, where we have doctors and lawyers and people with social work degrees and the best of the best, our best and brightest that come forward and are helping us carve and defining how we're going to be moving forward and how we're going to continue to enhance what it is we need for our people. So again, chiefs, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll open the floor for Melanie. Igosani, Ignacio kumit now.
Thank you, Grand Chief. Just wanting to acknowledge all of the chiefs and proxies and our elders, all of you as colleagues and our team members. My apologies to the chairs. We're going to change the agenda just a little bit this morning with respect to time and respecting some of our guests that have traveled to be with us for the next couple of hours. I do have a full presentation for you, which we will do after lunch, so we can make room on the agenda this morning for our guests from Shared Health and Manitoba Health. And certainly take this time to listen to Elder Dave Crushane Jr. And his very, very important words that he's going to share with all of us. Just before that, and in keeping with Grand Chief's statements, this is work that, and I'll share more this afternoon, that none of us in this room, whether we're political leaders, as chiefs or council members, as clinicians, as health directors, as administrators, as support team members, have ever had an opportunity to do when it comes to designing a healthcare system. The fact that we have federal and provincial transformation opportunities or redesign has never happened in this province, certainly not at the same time. And when it comes to a First Nation healthcare system, as previously coined by the federal government, an Indian health system, we're going to take you to the past a little bit later to bring you back forward before we talk about tomorrow. Everything that we've inherited, everything that we experience in this current context has been inherited and has been constructed and designed by somebody other than ourselves. And today's a different time, and I'm really, really excited to share this work with you, to share the work that we've been doing collectively and collaboratively with communities. And in the interim and during the breaks, you'll see some of the graphic illustrations on the walls that have come from some of those sessions and those workshops in our visioning exercises and trying to frame. Our intent here is to certainly look at what those options are for the future, what possible tomorrows or scenarios might occur that we need to plan and prepare for, but most importantly, bringing that down to a more granular level. What's the scale and scope of our future authorities, our autonomy, our self-determination? And unless we do that, we're going to continue to inherit a system as we've experienced over the last 50 years. And this is our opportunity today and the months and the years to come to design what the next 50 years is going to look like. So I just wanted to offer that context and hand the mic back to the chairs for Elder Crochet. And I'll come back right after lunch. Thank you.
Good morning, Chiefs. So as Melanie had mentioned, we're going to keep rolling along with our next item on the agenda. And I'm going to be calling upon Dave Corchain Jr. He's going to be speaking in regards to Wabung, Our Tomorrows Imagined.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Bonjour, Anin. Dine Maganituk. Nigani Aki in an indigo. Kinyo, do tem sagi, donji. It really gives me great pleasure to be given this opportunity to offer my perspective, what I've been able to experience in my lifetime. I was very fortunate in the late 60s and the early 70s to be among some great leaders that started the emergence and the resurgence of our people. And I think about them because most of them have all left us. And as I look back and reflect on those leaders of that time, what I can say in all honesty is that the leaders were truly leaders of the heart because they loved their people and they were willing to sacrifice everything that they had in order to serve their people so that we could at some point reach beyond the domination of the world that we were living in. So I acknowledge them, before I go into my prepared statement that I've been working on for a few days, because I felt it was important that I put some historical context, to the reality that we continue to live under. As the original free and independent nations and peoples of our homeland, we have always understood that there is a spiritual foundation to health. Our knowledge keepers have understood life and wellness in a holistic way. Our knowledge keepers have understood life, and it was considered that there are 4 elements to our nature as human beings: the spirit, the emotions, the body, and the mind. The spirit is considered the most important element of our being. All life begins from the spirit as it enters into the woman. The spirit is what defines our identity and what gives purpose and meaning to our lives. Spirit is the most misunderstood element of our nature. There is a shining blue light in all life, and this life is the spirit of life. This is what makes all of us spiritual beings living this human life. It is the spirit that needs nourishment. If left unnoticed, it will affect our whole being, which can cause health problems, physically, emotionally, and mentally. It is the spirit that has been the most impacted, causing the health crisis that we are seeing today in our communities. There's been a lot of talk in this country about truth and reconciliation when it comes to relationships between Indigenous peoples and Canada. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's 94 calls to action were made public in 2015. The Canadian government has signed onto the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and has publicly stated its support achieving these goals to action and closing the gap in inequities between Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. These are important steps, but in order to fully come together from the perspective of many knowledge keepers of our nations, there must be truth before there can be any kind of reconciliation. Understanding the truth includes the understanding the recent history of what has happened on Turtle Island since the arrival of the newcomers, a history that can be described as genocide, a dark time for us as a people. We are just beginning to recover from the traumas inflicted through the purposeful eradication of 90% of our population through smallpox blankets, disease, and outright killing within an environment that continues to be oppressive and unjust to our spirits, our emotions, bodies, and minds in so many ways. Understanding the truth of our history also includes understanding the way of life lived before contact, our worldview and perspective and values as a people that made us strong and healthy. Once we understand more about where we come from and more of the truth and the root of the health challenges that face our people today, I would like to offer some proposed solutions based on our knowledge and understanding as a people. For tens of thousands of years, our ancestors lived a relatively balanced way of life as a people, maintaining a sacred relationship with the spirit and the land, and guided in that relationship by spiritual and natural laws and values, in which are found the keys to our healing, our resurgence, and our responsibility of leadership in our homeland today. What kept our people strong and healthy was maintaining a strong spirit. Integral to living and nurturing one's spirit was living in alignment with the forces of nature, aligning with values that form the basis of our laws, what our people know as spiritual laws and natural laws. These laws kept us in balance and through an alliance with the spirit that flows through nature. Our people were able to hear the voice of the land, and ultimately our direction came from the spirit through the animals, the trees, the wind, and other living things. The great binding law of Keeshkeemaquah is a law that acknowledges the Great Spirit to be the source of all life. The law recognizes our interconnectedness to nature. The law recognizes that all life has been given an identity that defines its purpose and meaning embedded with a set of original instructions from the Great Spirit. These instructions guide us toward our highest purpose. The law recognizes that we are all related in the circle of life. To know and live truth is to lay our spiritual and natural laws as the foundation of our lives. These living laws that define our moral responsibilities. Together, they make the framework for our spiritual identity as human beings. Having identity and purpose and meaning in life is integral to maintaining a strong spirit. With a knowledge embedded in our original languages, our people have evolved with ceremonies, teachings, and protocols of connection to the land that help keep our spirit strong. What has made Indigenous people so giving, so sharing, has been our love of the land. This place, our homeland, is a land of peace. We are only expressing what we have always felt from the earth, a love that has shown kindness by offering her abundance, the food, the medicines, the teachings of balance and harmony, and the understanding of life. Science has begun to understand what Indigenous peoples have been saying all along, that being on the land, being in nature, makes us more healthy. In more recent times, over the last 500 years, our people have experienced a dark period of genocide and trauma, a period of disconnection from the land and our spiritual way of life, which has not yet ended and which may take generations to reverse. A history ignored is a history that can be repeated, that is being repeated as I speak, through ongoing attempts to separate our children from their families and communities through the child welfare system, and to assimilate us and to dominate us in a multiple of ways through the legislation of the Indian Act that aims to control our people from cradle to grave. In 1996, a report by the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People acknowledged that assimilation policies have done great damage, leaving behind a legacy of brokenness affecting Aboriginal individuals, families, and communities. The report recognized that nothing less than a complete restoration of our nations was needed for our members to reach our full potential into the 21st century. In the 500 years since contact with the Europeans, our peoples have been subjugated and segregated, and in some cases completely annihilated. Colonization has devastated our once proud peoples and has almost wiped out our traditional way of life. The record of colonization, though is still emerging, is now well established. It is not a record of passive neglect. Rather, it is a record of conscious choice, substantial investment, and extensive effort by those who appropriated control of the land and the resources that sustained our peoples. Understanding, making amends, and changing the course of our history is part of the healing the wounds of our people today. History plays an important role in who we are. Healthcare providers and educators cannot overlook these last 500 years of destruction, which have created deep wounds and scars both on the land and in the hearts of the people. The onslaught of genocide here in our homeland began with the papal bulls, laws made in the 1400s by the Vatican popes, which pronounced religious superiority over our people and provided the legal yet immoral authority to European Christians to conquer and dominate all non-Christian peoples on our lands. These immoral laws, known today as the doctrines of discovery, began to be implemented in the era of Columbus and his countrymen, and paved the way for the clearing of the plains, the introduction of smallpox and other diseases, the fur and alcohol trade that introduced a dangerous poison to our people, the slaughter of the buffalo along with tens of millions of our men, women, and children, and more than 100 years of residential schools that attempted to destroy our spirituality, our way of life and traditions and economy. The papal bulls have never been receded, and there are numerous examples of them still being used in modern law in Canada and in the USA to justify a doctrine of domination over Indigenous lands and peoples, influencing everything from how we treat the planet to the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women. The history of our relationship with non-Indigenous peoples in Canada stretches back to the 15th century, when European interests focused on exploiting the fisheries and the wildlife through the fur trade. Even more dramatic imbalances were introduced starting in the early 19th century. The years then have unfolded a saga of dispossession and resettlement of lands and homes, exclusion, discrimination, coercion, and oppression. Major landmarks in this not-so-distant past include the treaties, punitive Indian Act legislation, and the imposition on our people of so-called support systems, such as residential schools and child welfare, which today continue to separate children from their families and the Indigenous way of life. But the newcomers set the rules, and treaties began the foundation of a new order. The key documents in Manitoba are Treaties 1 through 6, which were signed between 1871 and 1876, and Treaty 10, which followed. But the newcomers, the primary focus of the treaties for the European settlers was to make way for expansionary settlement, private ownership of the land, agricultural development, and eventually industrialization. The spirit and intent of the relationship that was formed by the treaties, agreed to in sacred ceremonies led by the pipe carriers of our nations, was that everyone would benefit. Our people understood that by signing the treaties, we were agreeing to share and not give up our lands. We were to have equal access and to a proportionate return of the benefits of the resources. For the original people, who do not have a concept of land ownership, rather a sense of belonging to the land and responsibility for taking care of the territories which we have traditionally lived, it would have been considered absurd for us to give away land that we did not feel we owned. Rather, it was our intention in signing the treaties to agree to a shared stewardship of the lands, and to also share in the bounty of the return of the abundance. For our people, the concept of capitalizing on resources for profit was foreign. We followed strict natural laws, where we never took more than what we needed from the land, and the earth would always give us something in return in sustainability. The treaties of our people signed, however, have been interpreted very restrictively by the non-First Nations governments. They have claimed that treaty rights are limited to written promises made by the Crown to specific treaties, and not the many verbal commitments which they have solemnly agreed during negotiations. For not being true to one's word was a concept foreign to our people, for whom integrity and honesty were considered among the highest of values. For one spoken word was binding in perpetuity, heard and witnessed by the universe. Our people understood the spiritual laws of nature that dictate consequences not only for oneself, but for one's children, in the fine, interconnected balance of nature, if one was not true to one's word. In return for the treaty's promises, our peoples in Manitoba are said to have agreed to yield up the land we traditionally used and occupied to make room for the expanding white settlements. This set in motion twin policies, the segregationist policy, where our peoples were removed onto reserves, small marginal land bases often far away distance from our traditional territories, an exploited policy through which our lands were used for resource extraction, agriculture development by the new private owners or by the Crown. Our peoples understood that treaties reflected a nation-to-nation sovereign relationship with the Crown, and later the Canadian government, a relationship that had preserved our autonomy and right to self-determination. These were the principles set out in the treaties signed before Confederation, as well as in the Royal Proclamation of 1763, both of which provided for independent self-government on lands that had been ceded. Our right to autonomy, however, was almost immediately stripped from us by Indian legislation enacted by the Government of Canada. The legislation was imposed in Manitoba in 1874. The Aboriginal Justice Inquiry described the legislation in this way, quote, "The treaties were not what they seemed, nor indeed what the Indians had accepted in 1871 and in 1873 negotiations. By the act of the Federal Parliament, unilateral conceived and drafted without Indian knowledge, Ottawa drastically altered the circumstances of First Nations life." 2 years later, in 1876, the federal government enacted the Indian Act, a legislation that is intruded far more on the lives and cultures of the original people than any other laws since created by the Canadian government. According to the treaties, what should be currently in place is a resource-sharing-based model on reciprocity, shared responsibility, and shared benefits. If that were the case, we would not see such disparities. Right now, a majority of our people live in poverty and have very limited and restricted access to the resources of the land in Canada. In Manitoba, 53 out of the 62 First Nations have more than 37% of their on-reserve population receiving low-income assistance. There are striking higher numbers of First Nations households in Manitoba than elsewhere in the country. Off-reserve, 39% of the First Nations families in Manitoba had incomes below the low-income cutoff. The Indian Act of 1876 was built on the stated principle that Aborigines are to be kept in a condition of tutelage and treated as wards of the state. The Indian Act gave Parliament control of Indian identity, political structures, land holding patterns and resources, and economic development on the reserves. The overall effect was to subject our peoples to the role of the non-Indigenous governments and their bureaucracies, its ultimate goal being to assimilate the Indian into Canadian society, to make the red man white in all but color. This purpose required that First Nations distinctiveness be destroyed. Soon after being imposed in Manitoba, the Indian Act and subsequent legislation were wielded as weapons of cultural oppression to prevent our people from expressing our traditional beliefs, from pursuing our traditional economy, and from asserting our political rights, both as individuals and as equal members of Canadian society. In virtually every aspect of life, from criminal law to education, from social affairs to religious expression, and from hunting to agriculture, our people ran into regulations that restricted even the most basic of freedoms. Traditional systems of our government were replaced by restrictive and false form of democracy, which only adult men had a voice and vote. All real power rested in the Indian agent who supervised the voting, chaired the meetings, kept the official records, decided when and where if the chief and council were to meet, and controlled the council's agenda. All Indian agents were granted considerable power by being appointed automatically as justices of the peace. The agent had power over all aspects of daily life. By contrast, in the governance traditions of most of our Indigenous nations, it was the women, the life givers, who were held in highest esteem, who chose our leaders and spokespeople. based on having watched their conduct from the time that they were children. The elders and grandmothers had a respected role in our societies. The right to practice our ceremonial traditions of freedom essential to our identity was an early target for the regime, for the new regime. The Canadian government made it illegal for our sacred ceremonies, including the sun dances, the potlatches, and winter dance ceremonies, and many others, that they were all integral to our identity and governance as a people. Ceremonies were also important social, cultural, and political conventions that provided a means of affirming leadership and social order. To the federal government, however, they represented the culture that it was intent on eliminating. The federal government introduced further amendments in 1895 that also prohibited dancing of any kind, and legislation was enacted to prohibit the assembly of more than 3 indigenous people at one time. Our people were prohibited from wearing traditional regalia without government consent, and from leaving the Indian Reserve. These roles were only eliminated from the Indian Act in 1951, but the damage had been done. To justify their legislation and regulations, the Canadian government relied on the belief system that judged our peoples to be inferior. We were seen to be lagging behind, therefore it was believed that we needed to be controlled and forced to catch up in a process of accelerated evolution. The public characterization of our people was savage and biologically inferior, enabled most non-Indigenous people to remain blind to our rights as fellow human beings, and to value sustainability and complexity of our cultures, customs, beliefs, and traditions. Efforts by Indigenous people to pursue basic justices through the courts were blocked by the Indian Act, which made it an offense to raise money to initiate claims against the Crown. During the period from 1927 to 1951, an amendment to the Indian Act even made it illegal for a lawyer to receive fees for representing our people and our nations in laying claim against the Crown without the consent of the Superintendent General of the Department of Indian Affairs. Then came the residential schools. As part of the negotiations of the treaties in 1870s, our people had secured promises from the government that schools were to be provided in our communities. This reflected our recognition of our need to develop new skills and abilities to support our transition into the emerging economy. While we wanted schools that provided basic skills in reading and writing, our children were soon compelled to attend schools of a very different kind. This description of boarding schools appeared in the annual report of the Department of Indian Affairs in 1889 and reflects the true assimilationist intent of governments in education. Quote, "The boarding school disassociates the Indian child from the harmful home influence to which he would otherwise be subjected. It reclaims him from the uncivilized state in which he has been brought up. It brings him to contact from day to day with all that tends to effect a change in his views and habits of life," unquote. In 1894, the federal government passed legislation that provided for the arrest and transportation of truant First Nation children, and for fines or jail terms for those parents who resisted. The federal government also empowered their Indian agents to place any of our children under 16 in residential schools and to keep them there until they were 18. To ensure the religious fervor of these responsible and to keep public costs to a minimum, the government relied on church missionary societies to operate residential schools. In school, our children were required immediately to conform to completely foreign and barbaric standards. Practicing our cultures was forbidden, as was speaking any of our language. Our children's hair was often cut short and sometimes cut or shaved off as a means of punishment without sensitivity to or respect for for how disrespectful this was to our traditions. Our children were often segregated by gender, received inadequate education, forced to work, and suffered beatings for speaking their languages. They were humiliated, ridiculed. Countless children were sexually abused. Little, if any, contact was allowed between our children and their parents. And in some of the schools, contact was not even allowed between the siblings of either gender in the same school. By the 1950s, the federal government had come to the realization that its residential school system has failed to assimilate our peoples. What had been achieved, however, was denial of the rights of our children to learn their traditions from our people and the disruption of intergenerational relationships. The schools had also traumatized our children and trained them to be ashamed of their own culture and traditions. Furthermore, the schools stripped elders of their key roles in education and mentorship, which had given meaning to their lives and ensured the sustainability of our cultures. The child welfare system practiced today has taken over where the residential schools left. Well before the last of the residential schools in the mid-1980s, the child welfare system had emerged as the preferred tool of cultural oppression. The system's destructive reach into our nation was made possible through the Indian Act Amendment in 1951. The amendment made laws applying to the general Canadian population apply to persons residing on reserves, thereby delegating much of the responsibility for the health and welfare of our people to provincial governments. In the 30 years following the amendment, large and increasing number of our children were apprehended from our families and communities by non-First Nations child welfare authorities. By the end of the 1960s, it is estimated that 30 to 40% of legal wards of this system across Canada were from our nations. By 1983, our children represented a full 60% of the children in care in Manitoba. Today, there are 11,000 children in care in Manitoba, 90% of whom are Indigenous. This vast majority of children apprehended from our people continue to be raised by non-Indigenous families. The child welfare system has been doing essentially the same thing with First Nations children that the residential schools have done. It has removed the First Nation children from their families and the community and Indigenous cultures and placed them into mainstream society. Child welfare workers removed First Nations children from their families and communities because they felt the best homes for children were not with First Nation homes. The ideal home would instill the values and lifestyles from which the child welfare workers themselves were familiar. White middle-class homes in white middle-class neighborhoods. First Nations communities and First Nations parents and families were deemed to be unfit. As a result, between 1971 and 1981 alone, over 3,400 First Nations children were shipped away to adoptive parents in other societies and sometimes in other countries. Many of the parents of our children who were apprehended had attended and endured residential schools and in many cases were ill-equipped to effectively care for their own children due to this experience. But in many cases, our children are taken from parents whose only crime was that they were poor and were First Nations members. In reviewing child welfare practices of today, Manitoba Judge Edwin Kimmelman recently reported, quote, that cultural genocide has been taking place in a systemic, routine manner. He concluded that the culture bias that supported this genocide was practiced at every level, from the social worker who works directly with the family through the lawyers who represent the various parties in custody cases to the judges who made the final disposition into the case. 500 years of European-led colonization and development have resulted in immeasurable damage to the people and a way of life that was all about taking care of the earth. Our homelands here in the Americas, it has, of course, has led to the environmental degradation resulting from the exploitation of Mother Earth and now threatens the planet. The way of life of the original people has always been one that was tied to the land. The land and the resources of Mother Earth were to be shared amongst all of life, including the human being. Based on historical experiences, the original people believed that if the land was properly cared for and her resources shared in keeping with a value system based on kindness, caring, sharing, and respect, there would never be poverty, rather abundance and a happy life for those who lived in accordance with the natural and spiritual laws. After the arrival of the newcomers who brought concepts of land ownership, domination over land, and capitalism, a philosophy based on using the resources of the land to increase their material wealth, lands were appropriated and a way of life almost lost. Colonization has led to the disconnection of the original people from a way of life that was tied to the land and our spiritual ceremonies, which for us as a people has offered many challenges and led to symptoms of colonization, such as suicide, which for us, symptoms of disconnection from the land and our ceremonies. Colonization was meant to either wipe us right off or assimilate our people. But while it placed incredible stress on our people, it did not break us. Rather, we are now the fastest growing segment of the population. What we lack, however, is access to resources enjoyed by the Canadian population, which are needed to support the healing and the rebuilding of our communities and cultures. The colonization of the original people and the simultaneous development of Canada's resources without our participation have done severe damage to our nations. The damage is most visible, reflected in the living conditions in our communities, but the damage at a much higher level is reflected in the loss of confidence in our identity and integrity as a people. The wealth enjoyed by most Canadians stands in stark contrast to the difficult conditions of our people that our people have to endure. As the Aboriginal Justice Inquiry concluded, quote, "The Aboriginal people undoubtedly are the poorest of the poor. Low incomes, poor health care, inadequate levels of education, crowded and substandard housing conditions, all are characteristics of Aboriginal life in Canada. It is crucial to recognize that the social conditions are a direct result of the discriminatory and repressive policies that successive European and Canadian governments have directed towards Aboriginal peoples. It is seen as shocking and shameful by many international observers that such deprivation can continue to exist in a country as rich as Canada. It is embarrassing that many Canadians have normalized these disparities in living conditions. These statistics relate to a big picture. Health indicators shine an even more severe light on the reality today. The infant mortality rate amongst Native people is 1.5 times higher than the Canadian infant mortality rate. In 2018, Indigenous life expectancy was 15 years shorter than that of other Canadians. This has drastically worsened since 2006, when life expectancy was already 6 years shorter. Suicide rate is in 2006 amongst our youth aged 15 to 24 were 5 times the national average for males and 7 times for females. Suicide was the leading cause of death in First Nations children, representing 38% of deaths in children ages 10 to 19 and 23% of deaths of youth aged 20 to 44. It is important.
Hang on, Dave. Hang on. I just want to say one thing, Dave. Excuse me. I just want to remind everyone that Dave is really doing a sacred, speech. He's traveled afar from Turtle Lodge to come and talk to you chiefs, from history right to current. And I've noticed a lot of you are on your phones. If you could just give them like 5 minutes, without, disrespecting them as well. I just want to ask you that, Miigwech.
It is important to note that, however, that all Indigenous communities have regular incidents of suicide. In communities where there's a strong sense of culture, community ownership, and other protective factors, it is believed that there are much lower rates of suicide and sometimes none at all. The deeper and more profound damage that is at the root of many of the challenges facing our communities lies in the loss of confidence in our identity and integrity as a distinctive people. Over the past 20 years, emerging research has been done to understand the impact of residential schools, including impacts on the self, families, and the communities. These include a personal loss of culture, language, traditional modes of spirituality, pride in one's culture, origins resulting in a lack of positive self-identity and confidence, deep-rooted feelings of humiliation, shame, and abandonment leading to low self-esteem, communication barriers, especially in inability to express affection, and a belief system that denies the value and the importance of women. There are families where no nurturing or affection was present for generations. There was a discomfort expressing love for children in physical ways, especially hugs. There is a loss of bonding between siblings and an inability to talk to our children about one's childhood because it involves so much abuse. As a result of being abused so badly, many have become emotionally abusers themselves and reflect patterns of traumatic bonding. The silence and shame of abuse in residential school is repeated in our homes, with family members directing lateral violence such as anger, jealousy, resentment, and gossip against each other. Communities find themselves unable to face the levels of abuse and dysfunction within the community. There is a lack of hope, self-sufficiency, and sustainability. Problems on reserves and settlements are transferred to urban communities, such as family feuds and violence. While these examples focus on former students, generations of family and community members have also profoundly been affected. These are all examples of the spirit of many of our people being low and broken. The foremost indicators of the spiritual and cultural distress experienced by many of our peoples is the tragedy of youth suicide. Suicide is one of the most leading causes of death amongst our people. The concept of cultural distress has been described as the loss of confidence by a people in their ways of understanding life and living, taught to them within their culture, original cultures, and the personal or collective distress that may result. In cultures under stress, peoples lose confidence in what they know and in their own value as human beings. They feel abandoned, bewildered, and unsure about whether their lives have any real meaning or purpose. Cultural distress and oppression have been strongly linked to high levels of stress, anger, and self-hatred, as well as a high rate of depression, alcoholism, suicide, and violence in many of our communities, with the greatest impact on our youth. I hope that this will help bring greater understanding of the trauma that our people are still going through and the symptoms that are a direct result of both current and intergenerational trauma, essentially the negative health outcomes our people are experiencing today. You cannot take a people through the process of genocide and expect them not to be affected in many ways. The people were once a land-based people living and surviving in a close relationship with the land. I believe that the biggest grief that we face as a people and what we are going through is grieving to be back on the land. Until that happens, we will continue to witness all the current health challenges. And just as rediscovering a respect and spiritual connection with Mother Earth will be the key to pulling back from the brink of global environmental disaster, so too will cultural restoration be the key to our healing and renewed well-being of our people. As the original people, we have always had concerns for the exploitation of the land and the effects on the environment. Our people have always said, be careful what you do to the land, because what you do to the land, you do to yourself. Our education does not incorporate the respect for nature or sense of sacredness of life at any practical level. If we continue to ignore these issues, the very survival of our species and all other species of the planet will be threatened. An important link exists between the damage done to the environment and the damage done to the original peoples. It is the same dominant economic paradigm and oppressive ways of living that have altered humanity from the fundamental reliance on Mother Earth and have robbed the original peoples of our confidence and our identity and integrity as a distinctive peoples. Canada is one of the most wealthiest countries in the world. In 2018, the gross domestic product of the Canadian economy was $2.2 trillion. Much of this wealth has been developed based on the land and our natural resources that has sustained our people over thousands of years. While the natural economy has diversified over the recent decades, more than 10% of Canada's GDP still comes from forestry, mining, agriculture, fishing, hunting, trapping, and energy. What is now only becoming apparent to modern research and scientists is that the wealth is based on an unsustainable economy, one built on profound disrespect for the earth and a squandering of the abundance offered by the land. When we look at the environmental state of the world, we must conclude that the economic model that has largely displaced our traditional way of life is profoundly flawed. This model that has done so much damage to our people has also had broader impacts, including the substantial and largely irreversible loss of diversity of life. The changes that are needed are founded on developing respectful relationship with the land. It is the respect for and spiritual connection with Mother Earth that is integral to our traditional way of life. Canadians have much to learn from our traditional way of life. The original peoples, on the other hand, need access to resources to support cultural restoration and to rebuild our communities. I've always believed that all people that have become brothers and sisters from other countries of the world have a shared responsibility to help restore what they took away. The original people have minimal representation in mainstream industry or in positions of control where we could influence policy that could provide benefit not only for our people but for all people, and promote our participation and perspective that could provide benefit for all Canadians. Where Manitoba is benefiting from the Land Transfer Act, receiving access to all resources of the province, Indigenous people residing within the provincial boundaries are not receiving our fair share. We find ourselves living in a world of uncertainty into the future. It seems we have reached a point of no return. We have exhausted the resources of the land to the point that existing resources, it will not be enough to sustain this world that man has created. Economically, the rich get richer and the poor become poor. The rich and famous are enjoying the full benefits of the lavish lifestyle from the abuse of the earth. They are blinded by their greed and comfort. They are usually the key players in the corporations that exploit whatever can give them their riches. There is no moral consideration for the abuse of the land and the abuse of the poor and the disadvantaged. It is usually the people in power who prop up the wealthy, motivated by money. Nothing, it seems, can stop the insanity perpetrated by such a few. The masses of people are held hostage to the political and economic systems which only benefit a few. The masses live a daily life of struggle, depression, loneliness, and loss of faith, believing that they have nothing or no power to contribute in life, consuming drugs and narcotics to dull the pain in their hearts. The biggest war we all face is the war within ourselves. Where do we turn in order to find peace and to find direction, to find real purpose and meaning to our lives? What can any one individual do to enact change and any kind of change? It is this time that ancient wisdom is needed more than ever. What would the wise ones say in these times we are in? What would they say to offer guidance and direction? Would anyone be prepared to listen? Our healers have always approached any health challenges holistically. The first peoples have been here for a long time, waiting for this moment in time where we would come forward to bring our contributions to help creating a more inclusive and sustainable world. Our contributions can be based on the 7 sacred laws and the knowledge of nature's laws, which our ancestors lived and survived by. We must go back to these laws to lay a foundation in finding and living a good life that we refer to as Minopimadiziwen. It is through living these laws, essentially by being kind, that we will draw these values of respect, love, courage, honesty, wisdom, humility, and truth back into our hearts and nurturing our own spirit by being kind. At the end of the day, it is us that hold the responsibility. I have to say this again. It is us that hold the responsibility to ensure that we will survive these so-called dark times. No one is going to come and save us. No one is going to come to us and heal us. That is something we have to do ourselves. In spite of the overwhelming challenges we may face, we have to find it within ourselves to embark on a journey where we find ourselves again and on the path of life. An essential piece of the strategy is to improve the wellness of our communities, to reintroduce and make available traditional healing methods and medicine. And we start with our own children, our own parents, where we find a way to come together, work together, stay together, and this can only happen spiritually. We must return to having an intimate relationship with the natural world every moment of our lives. In the current discussions, our proposed solutions have been limited primarily to political resolve. There is very rarely any mention of appealing to the Spirit for guidance and direction. There was something our ancestors always did, never overstep the Spirit. We are a ceremonial people. Because of that fact, honoring the Spirit, our elders played a significant role leading the communities and guiding the nations to fulfilling the original instructions we were all given as a people. Ceremony and connecting to the land has always been the ways of nurturing the Spirit. The first peoples are traditionally a ceremonial people. Our ceremonies are our ways of honoring and acknowledging our connection to the Great Spirit and Mother Earth. Our language, our way of life, and our teaching. Through ceremony, we honor and show gratitude and remembrance for our creation and the original instructions we were given on how to be a human being. We stay connected in our sacred laws through ceremony. In a week's time, we're going to be honoring our children by bringing back what is called the rite of passage. And this year we have an overwhelming response with many young girls that are coming to rites of passage at the lodge. And this year we have over 150 young girls that are beginning to realize that they need to go through their rite of passage in a traditional way to come to understand their sacred role as a woman and the responsibilities that they have. And equally important was for the young boys when they reached the age of puberty to go to the land, to go and seek a vision that would give them purpose and meaning to their life. And there's been over 50 young boys that have come forward and accepted that invitation to come and to go on the land and to seek that vision that will guide them in their life. To me, these are some of the initiatives that we need to really give our full support. And as leaders of your people, you have a duty and responsibility to put your children at the center of the work that you do. That you take that responsibility as a leader and provide them what they most need, and that is the nourishment of their own spirit, so that they will come to know what a beautiful people that they are, because we are in truth a very beautiful people. We have to go beyond the shame that has been put into many of the minds of our people. It in prophecy had foretold that the day would come, that it would be here in America that we call Turtle Island, that the truth would be revealed. It would be an awakening for all people, and it would be our people that would be in the forefront of that movement to help our fellow brothers and sisters to come to understand and realize why we love the land so much. If we can teach them, if we can make them understand that the earth is a living entity, maybe they'll join us to take care of the land properly. That is how, and the only way that we will ever find. And remember the original instruction that we were all given. We have to move beyond this environment of colonization. We have to move beyond always running to the government to seek validation for the things that is our responsibility. We are a sovereign people. The Creator gave us the full right to be able to be the people that we can be. When Wabang was developed in 1970, those leaders at that time did something so important and so significant that they opened the door for us to return back to that identity so that we can reclaim those languages, reclaim those ceremonies, reclaim these teachings that we were given as a people. And we all have a responsibility, all of us, to ensure that we can meet that challenge and honor those that left us that legacy that we call Wabang. Wabang, if you look at the term in our language, Wabang, we say it's our tomorrows. Wabang also is in referral to Wabanong, the beginning. We cannot move forward unless we return back to the beginning to understand where we come from, to understand what the most important part of our being is. And the prophecies foretold that the land would come back to us, but it will not come back to us when we are colonized. It will not come back to us when we follow the assimilation that's continually imposed upon us. We don't need to live by that racist legislation of the Indian Act. We live by the law of the Creator. We live by the law of the land. And then, because we are the people that know how to take care of the land, we don't need to go to court to fight for a right of what is rightfully ours. We are the true leaders of our homeland, and let us take that and accept that responsibility to be the true leaders of our homeland, that we act out the true responsibilities and duties that we have as a people. Yes, we have to come together and speak with one voice. When I come to the table and I see our leaders here from Manitoba, I want to offer a challenge to all of you as a leader to see the seriousness and the sacredness of the role that you have as a leader, that this is so sacred when it comes to taking and putting your children back at the center of our lives. That is all our responsibility. And we have to find ways and means in order to ensure that our children be given that right that they are born with. They are born with the right to know who they are. They are born with the right to speak their language. They are born to have good parents. They are born with all these rights. And if we have faith and belief in who we are, we're going to be okay. But if we continue to run to these colonized governments, we're never going to get anywhere. That is my own experience in life. It's a waste of time and it's a waste of effort, because they ain't going to give it to you. They're going to piecemeal you. They're going to give you a little bit here and a little bit there. And they throw these little bit of resources, and we fight over it. I see that. We've got to go beyond that. Rely on your knowledge keepers. Rely on the elders, to help become a part of this resurgence of our people. allow them to do the ceremonies that need to be done to invoke the Spirit to guide us, in this resurgence that we have to go through. Again, I know I've spent a lot of time here, and I appreciate and I thank all of you for giving me this respect and by showing your attention for some of the words that I wanted to share. I'm very, very passionate about who I am. I'm very, very passionate and biased about being a proud Anishinaabe man. I've always been taught that way by my father, never to take a back seat to no one, and I won't, because I know that I have every right to be who I am. No one should come and tell me how I should take care of my family, what I should teach my family, how we can get better again, because that is our duty and responsibility. So thank you, Keeshkeemaquah, for listening. Miigwech.
Thank you, Dave Kershane Jr., for being here with us today, and I always feel honored when I get to listen to you speak and hear the passion you have for your people and all of us as First Nations people. And I want to thank you for everything that you've done for not only Wabong but all of us as First Nations people. So we have moving on with our agenda. Next item on our agenda, we're going to be hearing from a group from Shared Health as well as Manitoba Health. We will have a presentation from them, and then we will open up the floor for any questions that chiefs and proxies may have for them as well. So at this time, I would like to call up Avis Gray, Dr. Brock Wright, the CEO of Shared Health, Dr. Catherine Cook, the Indigenous lead for Shared Health, as well as Ian Shaw, the Health Transformation Consultant. And chiefs, you can find their presentation in tab 8 of your package. And I believe that they do have a presentation as well for our guests in the back. So please welcome the team from Shared Health.
Is he going to load it?
It was loaded.
Oh,
You're just turning on the...
okay. What does he do? Oh. Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks very much for having us here. We're really looking forward to sharing with you some of the work that we've been doing with Shared Health, but also hearing from you on some of the things that are important to you. I'm Catherine Cook, currently with Shared Health as the provincial lead for Indigenous Health. Ian Shaw and Dr. Brock Wright, Avis Gray, will be telling you more details about what it is that we're doing. But I want to share with you just a little bit of what's motivated me to be here in this role. I've been in healthcare for more than 30 years, and in the first few years I worked up in First Nations communities as a medical doctor, and then began to get more and more involved in healthcare administration for a couple of reasons. The biggest reason was the barriers that I saw for First Nations people to healthcare access, and also some of the extreme gaps that existed within the healthcare system for First Nations. At that point in time, there wasn't, and I think even to this day, there still remain some challenges with continuum between what is offered by the provincial system and what is offered by the federal system. And there's a real need for First Nations to have a more to take a lead in self-determination for all systems delivery. And I think that this, with Shared Health, is an opportunity to do that. We've always had huge jurisdictional challenges with providing service, and I think that this opportunity with shared health and the planning that we're doing can begin to address some of those things. I'd like to just comment and thank the elders for their presentation. I think much of what they've talked about is certainly been the norm for a very long time, and I think that we really need to see the next step in this whole process, which is First Nations being involved as certainly running their own systems, but equal partners in the decision making. So I'm just going to turn it over now to Ian Shaw to start, and we'll try to keep it brief so that there's lots of time for questions and comments.
Good morning, chiefs and proxies. I'd like to thank you for taking time to make opportunity for us to speak today. What we wanted to do, you all have the materials in the package. What we wanted to do was to give you enough of a background on Manitoba's overall health system transformation. A little bit, Melanie asked us to talk a little bit about some of the tools and processes and resources that we have available that you may wish to incorporate into some of the work that you're doing, and we'd certainly be happy to share that information. And then Dr. Brock Wright is going to talk about one of the key initiatives, which is the overall clinical and preventive services planning project that we have underway within the transformation itself. My role, I actually don't come from the healthcare system. I've started working with Shared Health and the government, and I actually work with a group called the Transformation Leadership Team, which is kind of like this table, governing the overall transformation for the system. And so while I'm here speaking, I'm really speaking on behalf of those 16 individuals that are managing the overall project. So one of the things that we've been trying to focus on from the start is to get a sense when we were saying we want to transform Manitoba's healthcare system, what does it really look like? And so we've used this graphic to get a sense of the kind of challenges that are before us. And certainly after the presentation from the elders, it's really not a thing that I spend a lot of time myself talking about, but I think you live the reality of the fact that we have a very large geographic presence in Manitoba, a kind of geographic fluke with a significant large urban center in Winnipeg that dominates almost all areas of our service delivery. And then in the rural and northern areas, we have large geography to manage. And as we heard with First Nations and Indigenous communities, a lot of specific and special health and population needs. But what people don't think about is the other things that make up our system. We employ 55,000 people. If you thought about that as a single organization, that would be the 10th biggest company in Canada. So that would be bigger than the Bank of Montreal, bigger than CIBC. And we spend about $6.4 billion a year on healthcare, which would make us if it was a single organization, about the 100th biggest organization in Canada, the same size as Rogers. I grew up in Brandon. My grandpa was a train engineer. That's bigger than CN, bigger than CP. And it would be big enough challenge to try and change the trajectory of that if it was a single organization. But the reality is that our healthcare system is made up of 273 different organizations. And trying to manage that as a system, we talk about as a system, but the reality is that we don't have that environment. And this is what that looks like. For those of you in the back, all you need to know is that every rectangle there is an organization delivering mental health and addiction services in Manitoba. And this is a slide from the recent Virgo Mental Health and Addictions project. Yeah, you want to get people's attention?
Yeah. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to remind our guests around the perimeter that we are meeting the proxies and chiefs around the table, and that just to keep down the noise levels, and we want to pay respect for our presenters that have taken time out of their day to be with us today. So sorry for the interruption. Just a reminder, please keep it down. If you have further conversations, please take them out of the room and join us back. in a quiet manner. Thank you.
Thank you. So as I was saying, this gives you a sense of sort of the complexity of the services that and the organization is delivering just in one aspect of healthcare in terms of mental health and addictions. And the team that did the work on this project actually tried to show the connection points between the organizations and how they flow, and they were not able to do it. And so the complexity of our system is one of the key challenges that in the transformation process that we're trying to really focus on. One of the things that we have done to get a sense of the kind of infrastructure and capacity that we have has been to map things. And so we have a number of maps here just to visually get a sense of points of service. So nursing stations and hospitals and health centers that provide services to First Nations, primary care clinics and other publicly funded organizations that provide primary care, emergency departments and emergency medical services stations, mental health and addictions points of presence, and when you add it all together, on an overall provincial basis, we actually have quite a lot of infrastructure. That's not the same in the north and many of the rural communities, but we talk about the fact that our system has an integration or an access problem, but really what we think the problem is mostly that we don't have very good integration between the points of care and points of service. And in the transformation, we did a process to look at all the functions and the roles that the organizations provide. And again, it's a little bit difficult to see there, but every rectangle here is a function, and we did it in a standardized way. So we looked at Cancer Care Manitoba, the Addictions Foundation, Diagnostic Services Manitoba, the 4 regional northern health authorities in the province of Manitoba, the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. And what you should see from the picture is that there's a lot of overlap and duplication. And so that not only have a lot of infrastructure and a lot of complexity in organizations, but you can see that there's a lot of overlap and a lot of unnecessary administration and bureaucracy. And in the context of First Nations, when we talk about then interjurisdictional work between the province and the federal government and the First Nations themselves, we have a very complex system. When people get in care, we generally do a good job as a jurisdiction of providing that services. And so we have measures here. So an example, if you break your hip, we get you to a place to get the hip fixed, and that gets resolved in a relatively quick time frame. But the measures that have to do with the hops between care, wait lists for things like hips and knees or cataract, or the average length of stay in hospital, when we get someone to a hospital, it's often hard to get them back home because there's not home care, or in the case of First Nations communities, you don't have the right supports at home, so we keep someone in that acute care setting for a long time. Manitoba as a jurisdiction doesn't just do poorly. We're 12th out of 12, 9th out of 9, 9th out of 10 in Canada. And that's a symptom of the kind of environment that we have. And when you look at what we pay for that, when you compare ourselves to Ontario or Manitoba or British Columbia, and then adjust for the population that our jurisdiction has and the unique demographic and treatment challenges, you see what Manitoba's healthcare expenditures look like, and you see a very stark picture. Manitoba's healthcare costs are growing at 5.8% per year, when our population is growing at 5% every 5 years. So if you do the math, that means in 12 years from now, we will spend about $13 billion on healthcare, and our population will grow from about 1.2 million to about 1.5 million people. That kind of growth is really just not sustainable for all of us as a population. And in some of the meetings that we've had on the transformation with some of the Indigenous community leaders and elders, they've challenged me, Ian, and and they're right, that those numbers don't reflect their words, the impact of the Indigenous tsunami and some of the issues that the elders have talked about. And there's some very real places where Manitoba is different than our peers. We use acute care settings, hospitals, long-term cares. We use that kind of mode of treatment more frequently than other jurisdictions. And when people are in those places, we spend more money to make those services happen. Not that we couldn't change things with the way we compensate and pay for physicians and drugs, but we're more or less on par with our peer jurisdictions. But in the area of capital, public health, administration, and other, we also spend more than our peers. So why is that important to you? There are many places in the money that we spend already that we can get more efficiency out of the dollars that we spend and redirect it to areas of need, like mental health and addictions, like care for Indigenous communities and support. And we're just not getting the opportunities to do that. All of this work has resulted in what we call a blueprint. It's an organizational design of the new roles of regional health authorities, shared health, and the system. There's still a lot of boxes on there, but compared to the slide that I showed you previously, we've really simplified the system and have worked hard to align the roles and functionality, and we're in the process of implementing this. What goes with that is a large project plan. We call it a roadmap. We've included this in the package, and there's a website that you can go to get information. Each of the arrows that you see on this slide is a project. They have a scope, outcomes, an investment required to be able to make them happen, and my team's actually working with the system to implement the roadmap, and we're partway through the first year of that project. And there are 2 more steps, 2 more years of changes that will be part of the transformation going forward. One of the key projects that we have undergoing this project is being chaired by Dr. Cook and Avis Gray from the Department on Indigenous Partnership, and I'll just have Kathy come back to speak to you a little bit about that.
Thanks, Ian. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the challenges that we've had is being able to address those jurisdictional barriers when we're providing health care. As we went through the whole shared health planning, we developed there were 11 clinical teams, provincial clinical teams, and we felt it was important to have First Nations representation on all of those teams, and that has been the case. So they are individuals, some of who are in this room, who have significant expertise in healthcare in First Nations communities. Almost exclusively First Nations people, nurses, administrators, long-term care administrators. Depending on the clinical team, we tried to find people throughout the province who had some real content expertise in that area. And but that wasn't the only thing that we needed to do. We thought that we needed to develop a process so that all of the teams could focus on building the kind of real and authentic partnerships with Indigenous groups, with First Nations groups, that would support the work that we're doing. So our project is basically, we were tasked with developing a partnership framework and an action plan. The point was to make sure that we had culturally relevant engagement with our organizations, First Nations, Métis and Inuit, and with our communities. The provincial health system, including the Department of Indigenous and Northern Relations, shared health, service delivery organizations that were involved in health system planning and implementation, all need to come together and form these partnerships with the Indigenous communities, in this case with First Nations communities. We thought it was important to have meaningful engagement with First Nations communities and organizations, particularly with the ongoing planning and implementation of the healthcare system. We need enhanced relationships with First Nations organizations and communities, and this can only occur with authentic engagement, real engagement, mutual respect, and mutual trust. And in order to do that, we wanted to support people in establishing a mechanism for that engagement. Important to have ongoing collaboration and continue working together for full integration of the system, regardless of who is running or managing that. There needs to be First Nations engagement. Our advisory committee has leadership from Indigenous, actually mostly First Nations again, system leaders and elders. And again, we've called on these people to share their content expertise and the perspectives that they bring as individuals. So currently, we've had several engagement sessions with several groups. That was completed for the wave 1 of transformation. Our framework is being completed basically as we speak. It will be taken to our advisory committee at the end of May. And we hope that the recommendations will be rolled out to be included in all of the wave 2 projects. So basically what we'll be doing is taking this framework and saying to all of the teams, you must establish partnerships with First Nations, Métis and Inuit groups to ensure that the healthcare system that is developed has full involvement with the relevant stakeholders. So I'll just stop there. There will be an opportunity for more questions later, but Ian will continue.
And in the back of your package is a little bit more detail about the scope and the charter for that project and the people that are on the advisory team if you're interested to see that. One of the things Melanie asked me to do a little bit was talk to you a bit about the process of the transformation. I think some of the things that we've done that are really good is to get very strong governance. As I said, there's 273 organizations that make up the system, and we've tried to build a framework to bring a table together that also connects back to government. And so we have Treasury Board and the policy arm of government represented to get together with the minister so that we can make decisions. And it's pretty uncommon that you have someone like me to be able to sit right beside the political side of government and be able to bring an integrated view, and that's part of what we've done to be able to make that happen. All of that's documented in a charter that guides the decision-making process for that, and behind the project plan that we talked about, we've been very careful to pick intentionally projects and to scope them out and to really manage this in a way that we expect outcomes. There's a project management process in place that tracks the projects that are happening. And on the back end of this, we're making sure that what we set out to achieve, whether that's a dollar savings or improvement in service or opportunity to address the needs of a population better, that we're tracking and reporting on that. There is a website that you can go to get information, but the easiest thing to do is just go Manitoba Health Transformation in Google, enter, that information will be available on the website, and there's a whole range of information and tools that are available if you're interested to do that. So in that part, we just want to talk about the transformation just in a word. Our health system is one of the most complex systems that exist for a population of our size. And we know that it's really built around organizations and healthcare providers and not about patients, not about our population. And particularly in Indigenous and First Nations communities, as we've heard earlier today, that is an even more significant statement. And so what we're trying to do in the transformation is to address the complexity of the system, to make it more simplified, put patients at the center of the planning process. And we know that when we do that, A, we'll deliver better care, which is most important, but B, we're going to release some resources that can be redirected to priorities where we have needs and challenges. And that makes the system more sustainable. And we think that that's very, very much an important part of the thing that we have to accomplish in the transformation overall. And Melanie asked me a little bit to sort of challenge you as chiefs and proxies to think about, you know, what we're trying to accomplish. I don't know a time when the federal government and the provincial government were both transforming one part of their responsibility at the same time. And through this process, we're really looking hard to you as leaders in First Nations to think about how we can work together and get the needs and requirements that you would have for the balance of the transformation reflected into our plans. And a key part of that is the work that we have happening with the Clinical and Preventive Services Plan. And so I'm going to turn to Dr. Brock Wright to have him talk to you a little bit about that plan.
Thanks very much, Ian, and thank all of you for inviting us here today. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes, and then we can open it up to any feedback you have or any questions you have. Early in my career, actually, I worked for a year in Norway House and spent some time in Percy Moore Hospital in Peguis. That was quite a while ago, so a lot of things I'm sure have changed, but I did really appreciate that opportunity. I just want to recap quickly what Ian was saying and then talk for a minute or two about the planning process. But I think the easiest way of thinking about what all of this is about that we're talking about today is when you look at Manitoba, when you look at the province, we have some really serious health needs that we need to address. We have been saying across the province that the inequitable health status among Indigenous peoples is a #1 priority. We've also identified other priorities that are important as well, like mental health and addictions. And there's many other parts of our health system where we need to be doing better because we're not meeting the health needs of the population. And while we're reflecting on that, we're also reflecting on the fact that as a provincial health system, we're not performing as well as we should. When you look at the statistics, as Ian pointed out, there's a number of areas where our outcomes for patients are not where they should be. In fact, in a number of areas we're last in the country in terms of our outcomes compared to other provinces. And the challenge is that it's not because we're not spending a lot of money. As Ian also pointed out, we're spending more per capita in Manitoba than most other provinces in the country. So that's a challenge. So where in all of that is the opportunity to make improvements for patients, for Indigenous peoples, and for others in Manitoba? And when we look at our current health system, the opportunity lies in the fact that we're not working together across the province. We have 5 regional health authorities that are responsible for different parts of the province. We have Cancer Care Manitoba, which is a separate organization. Until recently, we had another organization called Diagnostic Services Manitoba, or DSM. Those were the 7 largest organizations in Manitoba delivering health services. There were also smaller organizations like the Addictions Foundation of Manitoba, Selkirk Mental Health, and others. But those were the big 7. And the problem has been is that those 7 organizations, they're all good organizations trying to do their best, but they've done their own clinical planning. They've set their own standards of care in isolation of each other. And so that's left us with a provincial healthcare system that's fragmented and not well aligned. And so really, in a nutshell, what this is all about, what we're trying to do is we're bringing all of those different organizations together, all of those different care providers from those different organizations together, and we're having them sit together, and we're having them work together, and we're having them look at health services from a provincial perspective, and plan services and set standards from a provincial perspective. And we think if we do that, we're very confident that we can improve the quality of care and we can make it more efficient. And as Ian said, we have to find ways of delivering services in Manitoba more efficiently because we need to redirect resources to areas like Indigenous health, mental health and addictions, and other priority areas. Now, we have understood all through this process that in the First Nations communities, you're increasingly taking control and responsibility for your own health systems in your own communities. We absolutely respect that. And so we don't want to plan the health system for you, or we don't want to plan your health system, but we do need to partner, because what you do in your First Nations communities and how you evolve your own health systems in your communities we need to work with you to make sure that the broader provincial healthcare system is working well with your health systems so that there's good alignment. Because obviously you do rely on the broader health system for specialty care and other services, and we want to make sure that as much care as possible for you can be provided locally in your own communities, but that when you need access to the broader health system, you need access to specialists, you need access to hospital care at a higher level, that we can make that process much smoother for members of your of your community. So that's really what this is all about. I'll just show you, this is just one slide that shows a bit about the planning process, and on the left-hand side you'll see that's supposed to capture the complexity of the health system in Manitoba. We have over 75 hospitals, we have lots of long-term care facilities, we got hundreds of medical clinics. As I mentioned before, we have a bunch of organizations that are responsible for delivering services. And the important point is that it's a very, very complicated system for serving 1.3 million people. And every consultant that has come to Manitoba in the last 10, 20 years has made that comment, that there's a lot of complexity in our system to serve 1.3 million people. So we need to all get on the same page, we need to work together, we need to align our efforts, and we need to move more care out of hospitals and more care into the community. How we're going about this planning is that we are developing a 5-year plan, and every year we will update that plan and add another year, so it'll be a rolling 5-year plan. And we just started the planning this year, and before the summer we will have our first 5-year plan, and then next year we'll start planning for the next, adding another year, so we get the next 5-year plan. That 5-year plan will then be submitted to Manitoba Health, the government, and hopefully the government will approve the plan, and then the government will use that plan to decide what it should ask the various parts of the system to do, what it should ask each RHA to do, what it should ask Cancer Care Manitoba to do, and what it should ask Shared Health to do. And just so you understand where Shared Health fits in, Shared Health is a new provincial health authority. It wasn't created brand new, it was created from an existing organization, and the organization that it was created from was DSM, Diagnostic Services Manitoba. And our fundamental responsibility is to work with all the partners in Manitoba, including Indigenous, First Nations and other partners, to work with everybody to try to come up with the best provincial health plan that we can, that respects and interfaces appropriately with your health plans that you're developing. And that's our responsibility. We're also the organization in the province that will be taking responsibility for running certain clinical services that should be managed on a provincial level. So Health Sciences Centre is now part of Shared Health. It's not part of the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority. All of emergency medical services and patient transport is part of Shared Health. All of laboratory and diagnostic imaging or radiology is part of Shared Health. So we're working with all our partners. We're developing a 5-year plan. The 5-year plan gets submitted to government. Government approves it on an annual basis, and then government uses that plan as the basis for deciding what each RHA is going to do, what Cancer Care is going to do, and what Shared Health itself will do. That's it in a nutshell. So how are we actually developing the plan? Well, we formed 11 provincial clinical teams. They're listed up there, and you have them in your package. You can see that we've lumped different kinds of clinical services together, but it does cover the waterfront. It covers all types of care. And what we've done is we've brought care providers together from across the province, and on each of these teams, we have 2 Indigenous representatives on each of these teams, because Indigenous health is so important that we felt that an Indigenous lens or perspective needed to be present at every team. But I want to emphasize that while we have Indigenous representatives on every team, where we're at now in the process is we need to reach out to groups like yourself, the chiefs and others, because we need more input, we need more feedback. We're not just relying on the representatives that are members of those teams. And then those teams come together on the right-hand side. We bring the leadership of those teams together, and they make sure that all of the teams and the work they're doing is well integrated, so what we end up with at the end of the day is a really robust provincial plan. And maybe I'll just end on this slide, just to give you a flavor for what that plan is going to be addressing. First and foremost, we're looking at a plan that enables us to really integrate and coordinate what everybody in the health system is doing, so our efforts are aligned and we're not working across purposes. We want to define really effective referral pathways, so if you're a patient and you've been seen by a nurse practitioner or a family physician, and you need access to specialty care, that there's a really well-defined, easy pathway to follow in Manitoba as you cross different parts of the province. We want all the various providers to be able to work to their full scope of practice. So doctors obviously have a pretty broad scope of practice, but what nurses can do, what pharmacists can do, what allied health professionals can do is also expanding. So that's a wonderful opportunity for us to really think about how should the various care providers in the province work together. How can they work more effectively as interprofessional teams where we take advantage of everybody's unique skills and unique scopes of practice? That's critically important to our success, and that's a big part of our focus. And I'm sure that when you do your own health planning for your own communities, that's something you'll be probably focusing on too, is how can the different kinds of providers work more effectively together. We want to provide care closer to home. There's too much care provided in Winnipeg. We want to push the care out to rural and northern Manitoba, and where possible, we want to provide as much care as close to home as possible. So we want to enhance the capacity at local sites and district sites to be able to do that. And we want more equity. We want more equitable access, and we want a big focus on prevention, because we're constantly chasing our tail, providing more and more acute services, but we're not spending enough time and resources on preventing illness, which I know is very close to your hearts, that would be something that you would be strongly supportive of as well. And where this is likely to all end up is in what we're calling a network model. So what we're doing is, for all the different parts of the system, all the different kinds of communities, different kinds of hospitals, we're building a network, which each part of the network will have a clearly defined role and responsibility, and we'll know how the different parts of the network connect to each other. So the most important part of the network is what we're calling the local hub, or the local part of the network. And every community should have access to quality primary health care and should have access to good emergency medical services. That's pretty foundational, and that doesn't happen reliably across Manitoba, but we feel that's essential. And so we're putting a lot of time and energy into figuring out how we can do that in every community, and that may be where we really focus on interprofessional teams. And then at the next level, we're talking about a district hub, and that would be a smaller hospital perhaps, with an urgent care center or an emergency department that does some procedures, does admit some patients to hospital, but there's a fairly wide range of possibilities within that district hub. And then we would have intermediate hubs, and those would be 3 or 4 sites in Manitoba that we would really invest in much higher level acute care. And one of those hubs would be in Thompson. So we really want to build Thompson up so that it can have a much greater capacity than it has now, which will really support, particularly for northern residents, being able to provide more care from home. And then the 4th level is the provincial level, and that's where the Health Sciences Centre services would reside, and other provincial services that really can only be provided at a provincial level. And we want to make sure that those provincial services are easily accessible by people at the local level. So there's not enough time to go into all of that today, but I wanted you to give you a sense that we're developing a network, well integrated, well defined. Everybody kind of knows what their role is, and it's much more efficient, much more effective, and ultimately much better for patients. And the First Nations communities, while we respect it's your health system, we need to understand, we need to make sure that this network is really supporting the health system that you're developing for your communities. And that's why we're very pleased to be here today, and hope that through further dialogue and through further involvement, we can work with you to make sure that what you're developing, that we're designing the rest of the system to really support where you're wanting to go and with what you're wanting to develop. So, Ian, I think with that I'll stop. We did have a few questions just to maybe prime the discussion or prompt, but Kathy's going to go through them, but we're also pleased to hear anything that you have to say, right?
So thanks everyone for listening to the presentation. I'm sure you all have your own questions. We've got these up on the screen. So we've talked about how complex the system is, and certainly I think that no one in this room is unaware of the challenges that First Nations face in accessing healthcare. So from your perspectives, what are some of the biggest barriers that you face? That's one of the questions, particularly in dealing with the provincial health system. What are your ideas and some of the priorities to address these barriers? And where do you think we should be focusing our emphasis within this overall transformation? What are some of the specific priorities for incorporation in the initial clinical and preventive services plan? How can we best leverage the transformation of the federal and provincial systems so that there's a better foundation for First Nations healthcare delivery? And then going forward, what is the best way to continue to engage with you? Communities, are there some committees or tables that you would like us to be present at? Are there certain things that you feel you would benefit from having representation within the system? How often should we get together, and how should we do this dialogue? So there, you've got the questions all committed to memory, so I'd like to hear from you. I know we're sort of getting in the way of your lunch, so I recognize you may.
Check. So we're going to open up the floor for questions. I believe Chief Meachus has a question right off the hop. And we're going to try to limit our questions. Again, our guest speakers will be here for the rest of the afternoon. And I'm sure you could pull them aside to ask additional questions, if so, if you want to do so in private. So I'm going to go to microphone 7.
Miigwech. Thank you. Dennis Meachus, Long Plain. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, that's very, very complicated file for Indigenous people. One of the things I don't notice in the transformation is the advent of, the possibility, this is something that we're recommending, is Indigenous health authorities. You have 5 regional health authorities in the province. I know within this particular region here, we have a very, very high Indigenous population. Just for example, 55% of the children going to the school division here are Indigenous within the city of Portage. Of course, there's a lot of barriers, there's a lot of challenges with the, the services we receive at the Portage General Hospital, for example. There's not enough Indigenous administrators, health administrators within the system that are integrated into the system. We have a lot of cases of I'll just say it up right here, like the doctors, some of these doctors are very, our people don't trust the doctors. As a matter of fact, there's one doctor that has a nickname here, they call him the Butcher. Now, if those kind of things are going on, and there's a number of these doctors have different nicknames, that's because they're not receiving the proper service from those facilities. I don't see any kind of integration where also in this region also there is a vacuum starting to happen in terms of health professionals that are needed to work in this industry, and because we have a lot of the baby boomers retiring, so there's a big void that's going to need to be filled. But I don't see enough integration going back into the big First Nations where the investment will go in there, the health infrastructure, that type of investment. I mean, there were promises made for Island Lake region for a hospital many years ago. Still hasn't materialized. Well over 10, 12,000 people there and growing. A lot of these First Nations are growing. They're like, the people are Long Plain, 4,500 people. Our people, their first choice of wanting to work, if they're in the health profession, or it doesn't really matter what profession it is, they want to work on the First Nation. And that's for economic reasons too, right? For themselves. So where is your plan to deal with attracting Indigenous health professionals to get them working in the First Nation communities? Where's the health infrastructure in the First Nation communities that we're investing in? Where is the going forward? On the economic side of it, hospitals, clinics right across this province, they require goods and services like the health products. Where is the transformation of supporting Indigenous companies or creating Indigenous companies to create employment opportunities, because the more that Indigenous people are employed, they're paying into group insurance, health benefits, so there's the first payer kind of thing that happens. What we're witnessing within our treaty relationship with the Crown is the Crown is shedding its responsibility on paying what they're obligated to pay through treaty. So that's a challenge also too. So your plan needs a lot of, I think, retooling in terms of to address going forward. What we're really looking for is health transfer payments to Indigenous governments, and the advent of these urban reserves, how the federal government and the province can work with treaty groups working to invest in health infrastructure in First Nation urban reserves. The major cities all have urban reserves now, and Brandon is not that far away. Where's the investment into those urban reserves by the province, by the federal government to increase the health infrastructure, that kind of thing? That's what we need. So we have a lot to look at going forward, and a lot of work needs to be done, because we had our elder Dave Kershane just speak to a lot of the challenges over the years since the signing of treaty, how we've been faced with almost insurmountable challenges. And we've overcome a lot of those, but the health needs of the nation, of our people, is growing also too. And I don't see a roadmap that addresses some of these points that I've raised here.
So those are all really excellent comments, and so how would you see that happening? Who should take the lead on that?
I believe, for example, Treaty 1 or even our tribal councils, they should be directly involved, or you can actually set it up as a Northern and SCO Indigenous health authorities, working in parallel with the regional health authorities, because we do have regional health authorities here in the south, but maybe we might have one Indigenous person on there or two, but we don't really have any say in how those health authorities are run. And it's better, I think, in our eyes, in our thinking, that if we have our own Indigenous health authorities that are governed through our treaty relationship with the Crown, and working in parallel and in partnership with these regional health authorities, we might go a longer way in raising the health standards of Indigenous people. But I know it's like our most recent health challenges, we didn't hear about this 10 years ago, but the drug addiction is huge, and the province doesn't have a strategy on meth addiction, for example, and it's affecting not only, it's right across the province, cities, towns, villages, reserves. We're all being under serious crisis with dealing with meth addictions and the mental health of our people because of meth addiction. So where is the strategy on that from the regional health authorities? Nothing. The province, nothing. And the crisis is going to continue to grow, yet we don't seem to have a very strong strategy on that. See, we declared 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we declared a drug crisis in the Dakota Ojibwe Tribal Council and declared a state of emergency. Nothing really happened from the federal government or the provincial government. But Long Plain declared a state of emergency on tornado and flood. Boom. Red Cross, INAC, they came in to help rebuild the infrastructure, rebuild the homes. But here we declare a state of a human tragedy we're facing, a human crisis with drug addiction, and we declare a state of emergency to try to rebuild individuals, families, and communities because of the drug crisis. Nothing.
So
There's something wrong with that picture.
I agree with everything you've said, and some of the work that Melanie has been doing through the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs with the Wabung work, and the elders have spoken of that, certainly propose a plan you need to know that at Shared Health, we are very supportive of having a First Nations health authority or two health authorities, whatever that may look like. We would support any work that you do with that you want to do with that, but we would not initiate that because we think that the power and the influence for that kind of creation rests with you, the chiefs, in this province. Did you want to make any other comments?
Thank you, Chief Meaches. I would also like to say from the transformation project or program, we thought about incorporating a work stream that said establish Indigenous health authority, but we thought that that would be presumptuous in some ways because just the way that Catherine's talking about, I think we really want to understand from the perspective of the chiefs, the communities in general, what direction you think we should go together. And what we've been really focused on is that the healthcare system, as I already said, I don't come from the space, but you can see that there are so many challenges. So the transformation projects that we've identified really are about trying to deal with some of the really most fundamental issues in terms of the organization and the system. And we're now kind of have a platform to say, we're making these kinds of changes. How do we align them with you? And so I think there's a couple more waves here, and I think there are opportunities to have that discussion as Catherine had talked about with Shared Health as part of the planning process. If we can actually work through the table that we've created around engagement with the plan, that we can actually start to identify some initiatives and start to connect in the right place with your communities is really the point. And so for us, this is a starting point for the conversation. Okay? Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go to Mike 29, Chief Clear Sky. You had a question as well?
Good morning. Miigwech minoa, Ishnabek, Gamakanak, Chimiwech. I got a few comments or a couple questions or whatever. Chief Clear Sky from Wewesikapu, Treaty 4 territory. Everybody seems to bring up their treaties, so I'll mention that as well. Anyway, there's 7 communities in Treaty 4 that are in Manitoba. We're right along the border of Saskatchewan. And a question that I have, and I heard you mention here earlier, we're only 80 miles from Yorkton, my communities, and Brandon is 100. And a lot of times it's cheaper for whoever pays our health services to travel wherever. And we mentioned that to Manitoba Health to provide us travel to Yorkton instead of going that extra 20 miles to Brandon. They said, no, you got to support Brandon, Winnipeg area, Manitoba region, right? But it makes more sense for us communities that are closer to Yorkton to go to Yorkton, Regina, you know? That is my question. And the Prairie Mountain Health Organization in our area, there's only 2 First Nation people on that board. And I think that board has probably 15 people. No matter what the 2 First Nation people say on that board, or to that board, they already made up their minds. This is the way it's going to be. I sat on there probably 10 years ago. I sat on that board, and no matter what I had to say, they always spoke against it. So, to me, there's no benefit to those boards. I don't see. We're still in the same situation that we always were as First Nation people. And in our area, in that Prairie Mountain Health area, there's got to be, I would say roughly, probably 15 First Nations. You know, and we only have 2 people, 2 First Nation people sitting on there. That's not fair. And my other question is, how much money does the federal government give the provincial government on my behalf, on behalf of First Nations? The provincial government gets one lump sum of money on every First Nation person that lives here in Manitoba. Whether you get sick or not, the provincial government still gets it. I would like to know that dollar figure. Why I'm asking these questions is, I was down south. I lived down south for quite a few years. And I was in Phoenix, and there's a bunch of tribes, or a few tribes, that own a hospital there. And they have everything there. Addictions, you name it. It's roughly 2 city blocks. And it's owned by a bunch of the first, I wouldn't say First Nations, but they are to me, but tribes down there. And what is wrong with us doing the same thing up here? Why do we always have to count on this provincial system? You know, Winnipeg Health, blah, blah, blah. It took years to get translators into the Winnipeg Hospital for some of our First Nation people from the north, as well as my community, that don't speak very good English. And for quite a few years, we had a hell of a time. Eric Robinson, I think, was MP at that time, or finally got somebody in there to do the service where provincial health should have been, to accommodate our people. There was some of those people that speak English, and I ran into one here, I think it was about probably a month ago. I happened to be in the hospital to visit some people. And there was one elderly lady at the front desk there speaking Cree. And she couldn't, I knew what she wanted, so I finally kind of translated for her. And I told the people, I said, where's these people that you guys were supposed to have here as translators? And they couldn't answer me. So back then, I think it was a temporary fix. I don't see any of those people today in these hospitals. It's not fair to us. I think it's time we as First Nations, like Dave spoke this morning, the laws, the jurisdictions of First Nations, I think it's time that we as First Nations of Manitoba do away with the Indian Act so we have total authority of our communities. The Indian Act is the thing that's stopping us from doing whatever. We keep crying to the provincial government, federal government, whoever it may be. Then that would give us more jurisdiction for our communities and what we want to do in our communities. And I keep bringing this up because the Indian Act is on the way, just like the province. Under Section 88 of the Indian Act, gives you full access to our communities without our input as chiefs. Because we have the CFS agreement, we have Indian gaming or gaming, liquor and gaming. All that, you guys have authority into our communities because we sign all these agreements. Dave Cochane spoke this morning. They call that piecemealing us. We'll give you a little bit here, and a little bit of money with it. You're happy. You go away. And yet the problem is greater than that little bit that you get. And I think we as leadership, government of the day, on behalf of our First Nations, I think it's time that we turn around. Look at what Murray Sinclair's statement said. After different centuries, the First Nations are going to be fighting with the government. And I strongly believe that. That's going to happen. There was idle no more, right? That was to bring our issues forward. But now, you see the youth in our own communities, they're very, very, very tensed. wouldn't take much to get something happening. Sorry to say that, but you watch our own First Nation people. And that's what's happening. I'm just putting it out there. But that's what I would like to see. Our own First Nations, our own First Nation hospitals. I took my daughter to a doctor here in Selkirk the other day. Got her in there. I got there about 9:30, 10 o'clock. She was having pains. Took her in. They did a blood test, urine test, whatever. And we sat there till 4 o'clock in the morning and still never seen the doctor. And you come here and tell us you want to work together with us. I think by us working together with anybody, I think it should be amongst other First Nations. Similar to what kind of a partnership agreement that I made in education, but with other First Nations and have our own hospital. We have land in Brandon. That was our goal 9 years ago, to put up a hospital there. The airport is right there. Anybody can fly in and utilize it. But we just couldn't get off the ground due to funding. The provincial government grabs our federal funding before we have access to it. And another thing, all of a sudden I see all this here in front of me, your PowerPoint. Thank you very much for sharing that information. But I think you should be meeting with our directors as well, and the inputs from our First Nation communities. We have a lot of sickness in our communities. European sickness. We never had that before. But all of a sudden we have it now. First Nation people, yeah, feed them some more, give them those pills, generic pills, whatever. Doesn't matter if it works or not. That's what they're doing to us today. That's not right. And that's why I'm saying now is a time for us First Nation people to have our own hospitals and doctors in our own communities. You just heard one chief referring to some of the doctors here as butchers. That's not right.
No, it's not.
And we have, in my area, we have one doctor that peddles drugs, prescription drugs, to our membership. No problem, give you 100 or 200 T3s, get a refill, no problem. And they sell those. And I kept bringing that up time after time in our area. I even wrote a letter, me and the RCMP wrote a letter, and that lawyer or the doctor wrote us back. I don't tell you people how to do your job, don't tell me how to do mine. That was what was said to us. I don't know how many livers have been killed by those doctors. T3s and all those red and blues, whatever they put out there, is killing off our First Nation people. For a while they were burying people once a week. And I kept after them, but nothing has been done. I think it's time. So I'll stop there. Thank you for listening. Miigwech.
Thank you for sharing. I do want to say that all of those things that you brought out are things that concern us as well. As I'd mentioned earlier, I've worked in First Nations communities for most of my career. This is not new. It was happening then. It continues to happen. And we really need you working with us in a fully integrated system to begin to address some of those things. We know racism is huge out there, particularly against Indigenous people, and that is one of the things that we really have to work against, because this kind of thing will continue until we address all of that. So I don't have any answers for you today. I do want to tell you that the interpreter services in our hospitals in Winnipeg are still there and should be available. So we need to do a better job of communicating how people can get in touch with them. But thanks for all of your comments. We certainly have heard you and we'll take that to heart.
Thank you very much for that. Due to time constraints, we can only take 2 more questions, so we're going to mic 31, and then 26, and then we'll break for lunch. The food is getting cold. All right, well, let the elders eat ahead of time while we're still in discussion. Microphone 31.
Good morning. Raymond Flett Dinkas from St. Teresa Point, Manitoba. I am proxying for Mr. Chief David McDougall. I'll be brief. I'll cut through right through the bush, sort of like blazing a trail or creating a new road. Because at this time, what I'm about to ask, you don't have a road, so when there's no road, you make your own. I come from a fly-in reserve, and Chief Meaches there mentioned that our region, Allen Lake region, has four communities, 4 First Nations, and they first talked about a regional hospital there back in the early 80s.
Excuse me, Chief, with all due respect, the food has to be blessed so that we could have our lunch.
Okay.
Oh, you can go ahead, we're going to do it over there.
Somebody blessing the food? No problem.
Do they on their own over there? Did you want us to stop the...
Yeah, I can stop.
Okay, we'll stop for a brief few moments until the blessing of the food is done, then we'll continue on. All right, Chief. Proxy, sorry about that.
Very efficient prayers, very efficient.
Are we good?
Yeah, very good.
Okay, I am not a chief, I'm a proxy for St. Teresa Point. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was somewhere in the bush. The remote area of Manitoba, fly-in reserve, for First Nations composing of Allen Lake area. And back in the 80s, they started talking about getting a regional hospital over there. And that vision was there because as of now, our population has probably tripled or quadrupled. So there's a lot of people there. And because of this European influence that we have come across, because of the new diet, our people are starting to get sicker, facing new sicknesses along the way, and a lot of these are preventable. But with the modern society that we have fell into, it's quite a challenge. So as of now, and today, just St. Teresa Point First Nation alone, Health Canada or FINIP, wherever it is, they spend approximately $4 million a year on medevacs alone, per year. That's very high. That's just the plane ride to Winnipeg or to Thompson. the federal government don't have a problem spending that much when they can be building a hospital in our area to service our people. So I don't know if you guys have the capacity to speak on our behalf or to help support us getting a regional hospital in Island Lake.
Thanks very much. Maybe I could respond to that comment and a couple of the other comments and just clarify just a couple of points.
You can respond to that particular question because I have another concern.
Oh, sure. Well, on that particular issue, I mean, I think the bottom line is, as we were saying, with the clinical and preventive services that we're doing provincially, the planning that we're doing, we see the health inequities in the Indigenous peoples as kind of a top priority in that plan, like a major issue, a major need in Manitoba to address. And as Catherine was saying, like we've taken the approach that the health system for your peoples and in your communities is something that you're working with, you're planning. And if you decide that a good way of advancing your system is to do as was suggested earlier, you know, there's different models, but if it's a First Nations health authority or what have you, you know, we're pleased to work with you to talk about how we could help kind of support that. I don't want anybody in this room to have the feeling that we're trying to protect, you know, the health services and the rest of the system. If it makes sense to have more health services provided in your communities, if it makes sense, and if there's a strong case to be made around hospitals, etc., that would be more under the jurisdiction and management of Indigenous, then we're not trying to protect what exists in the rest of the system. We want to move to a system that's more effective, and if there's a better way of delivering health services to Indigenous peoples in Manitoba, you know, we would welcome the opportunity to talk to you about that and try to lend our support to that as well. We're not Manitoba Health, we're not the government, but we have been asked by the government to develop a provincial plan, and part of that provincial plan has to be how to better address the health needs of Indigenous people. So we're really would welcome the opportunity for further dialogue and to work with you around issues like that.
Further dialogue will be a start, and we need to get the people who make decisions on the table. Also, I would also mention Chief Keeshkeemaquah mentioned that we need to start doing our own healthcare in our First Nations, because I believe if we get a regional hospital in our region, we can start promoting Indigenous healthcare through land-based treatment and land-based medicines. And I think this is what our people in our communities need the most, because modern medicine, cosmetic medicine, don't really work within our culture, especially the way we were brought up as Indigenous people. Also want to, because we live in a remote area, our internet system is not so reliable. It's very slow because we have broadband, and when people get on internet, the bandwidth is all used up. So we need to develop a plan, and I think we have been hearing Clear Sky Connection. I think that's what we need to do. At the same time, getting a better internet system and having partnership with other programs like yourself. So if we can devise a plan like that, and my colleague here from Red Soccer has expressed the same concerns. On top of that, when our people from our region come to Winnipeg for medical appointments, when their appointments, they have to call medical services. A lot of times, they're like the 40th, 30th on the line, and it takes usually about half an hour to an hour to be on hold. And that's not a very good service. I hear that the person at the other end gets very rude to the people that are trying to come home, because they have to call there first to book a plane back. So we also need to look at that. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, Proxy from St. Bruce. One last question for our presenters. That's microphone 26, Chief Batson. And we're going to have a quick break for lunch.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Chief Batson, Pine Creek First Nation. I just have a few points here I'd just like you maybe to address. So first off, and maybe I missed it at the beginning, I apologize if I did, but were First Nations people involved in designing this engagement process that you're asking us to now partake in? And also, I guess just going along with what some of the other chiefs and proxies have already commented on, is why can't we as First Nation people be allowed to create, design, and operate our own healthcare system, services, or health authorities? And how can this transformation process occur when the province keeps cutting costs in healthcare, especially like services like mental health and addiction services are critically needed in many of our communities, not only First Nation communities, but in cities and rural communities as well. And when we look at mental health and addiction services, it's okay to have the services available, and if you're looking at creating these services as you have in your plan here, they also need to be culturally relevant and culturally responsive to First Nation and to Aboriginal people. Another area, we've been looking at health transformation through Southern Chiefs Authority, so some of the areas that and issues that have come up are also around elder care in the communities, specifically around personal care homes and licensing of personal care homes, because I understand that that's an issue that is quite difficult for, there are some homes located in some of the First Nations that are having difficulty being licensed because of the strict regulations that are just not responsive to the needs of the community. So, and that's also something that we want to address, because we would like to have our elders stay in our communities. So we need the province to work with us to come up with some resolution to looking at the issue of licensing for those types of homes. As well, dialysis services are needed closer to First Nation communities, or even in the community would actually be optimal. Along the lines of culturally relevant care, what strategy do you have for the hiring and recruitment of Indigenous professionals? Because I know in some of the authorities, they have policies for hiring Indigenous people, but there's very few people that are hired in the higher ranks of those. And I know that from personal experience. I tried to get a job in Brandon. My husband and I, we have over 30 plus years experience in mental health. We didn't even get a call for an interview. And when we questioned them why we didn't even get a call, they said, well, because it's all internal based. So whoever applies internally gets first dibs on the jobs. Well, how are you ever supposed to break into that system then? They said, well, you could quit your full-time job and take a casual position. Like, that's insane. Who's going to do that? So you need to look at your hiring strategy for hiring Indigenous people. As well, going along those lines for recruitment and training, you need to offer and look at more training for youth. We have a large population of young people in our communities that are looking for careers, and I think healthcare would be one, since we're looking at health transformation. But you need to create those opportunities closer to home. A lot of our young people don't want to leave the community or don't want to travel too far. So we need to create some partnerships with colleges or universities or some education training facilities to offer those kinds of training opportunities for our young people. We do have an aging workforce, so we do know that there's going to be a lot of people retiring in the healthcare system, so we need to replace those positions, and we have a workforce, young workforce in our communities that would be available, you know, to fill those types of positions if they're given the opportunity. As well, what strategies do you have for recruitment of doctors to smaller hospitals to service rural communities, which a lot of First Nations are located closer to rural communities? So, like, I'm from Pine Creek. We used to have a hospital in Winnipegoses years back. It's been closed for a number of years now, and that's been turned into a personal care home. So, and just recently, I think they've been able to get a doctor to travel in a few times a week. But it's getting more difficult, and so a lot of our band members are having to travel to Dauphin or Swan River. And even, I was just mentioning about dialysis. We have people now traveling to Brandon 3 times a week. That's a 3.5-hour drive one way. It's very stressful on people that are dealing with these health conditions. So those are just some of the points I'd like for you to address. Miigwech.
So just in response to some of the comments that you've made, certainly a workforce development strategy is a priority for us, and one of the individuals, Beth Beaupre, who works with us at Shared Health, is taking the lead on that. And what our hope is that we will have input from Indigenous communities, Indigenous people, on how that can be played out. We do have challenges with unions. You've referred to some of those, and we're looking at how we can work better with them to have opportunities for Indigenous people, particularly healthcare providers. But I'm just going to ask Brock to talk about a couple of other things as well. But the other thing that we're looking at from a shared health perspective, and we need your input into this, is the development of a cultural safety training program.
Thank you. Would have been like, oh my God.
I think you made a number of important points. I think you started off asking about what did we have Indigenous engagement in the planning process, and earlier on we did mention that we do have a particular group that's looking at Indigenous issues across the 11 planning teams. And then we do have Indigenous representatives, individuals on the various planning teams. What were you saying?
And I was going to say, in the back of your package, the group that's been working with Avis and Dr. Cook on the Indigenous Partnership Framework is identified there. There's 4 elders and representatives from the various communities there, so you can get a sense of who the people are that have been working with Avis and Dr. Cook on that part of the project discusses it.
And what you'll see in our first 5-year plan that we're still working on, but we'll have a particular focus on Indigenous in that plan, and a number of the issues you mentioned will be represented there. The need to do more on the kind of health human resource strategy and the human resource policies. As Catherine was mentioning, the whole issue around cultural sensitivity. There's some excellent modules, programs out there now that a number of us have had the opportunity to utilize, and we think some of those we need to spread ideally to all healthcare providers in the system, recognizing that'll take some time to increase the sort of cultural sensitivity. And I think you made comments about your local hospital transitioning, I think, into more of a personal care home and now having to seek care elsewhere. That is, to be frank, that is a struggle we're having, because relative to other provinces, we have many, many, many more hospitals than other jurisdictions do for a population of 1.3 million people. And the problem is nowadays the doctors that are coming out of training, they're very good, but they don't want to be the lone doctor in a community or even one of 2 doctors in a community. They want 5 or 6 colleagues that they're working with in a community so they can cover off emergency services and other things on a 24/7 basis. So we need to look at a more sustainable model, which would probably be perhaps over time, fewer hospitals, but hospitals that are better equipped, have more access to diagnostics, more access to treatments, a stable group of family physicians, and some local specialty support. And then at the community level throughout the province, have a really robust primary healthcare system that involves other kinds of providers as well, and much better access to emergency medical services. So that's a bit of what you'll see in that first year, or that first 5-year plan.
I just want to add a comment. You talked about the recruitment of Indigenous physicians and other healthcare providers. One of the things that we've done through Shared Health is strike a joint committee with the university and colleges, because actually the University of Manitoba, and because we're looking at not only the recruitment of Indigenous people, we've certainly increased the numbers of Indigenous people coming into medicine. We need to work on nursing and rehab and dentistry and pharmacy. But we'll be looking at the entire province, because we do train all of those people, and one of the things we're really promoting and supporting is the need to get more involved with communities at a younger age. We have lots of Métis people who are in healthcare, but we have very few First Nations, so we could really use your help and your ideas about how that could come to fruition.
Okay. So that was our last question for our presenters. Again, I think they're sticking around for the afternoon. So, Chiefs, if you did have more questions for them, you could probably pull one of them aside and dig a little bit further. And obviously, there's still a lot of work to be done in this area, regionally, locally, and professionally. It's almost 1 o'clock. I know we have a couple of presenters. I'm wondering if Raquel Fraser, if she's in the building, just need to confirm that you're here. Okay. Okay. Hi, Raquel. So we'll be calling upon you shortly. We do have another presentation. I also got an iPhone up here for auction. I'm going to take the starting bid at $50. There's an iPhone up here. I don't know. I want to unlock it, but I don't want to get nosy. There's an iPhone here. Anybody missing their phone? When I click on it, I don't even want to start saying their names. You'll get mad at me. But there is an iPhone up here. So if you're missing an iPhone, it was left at the front. Somebody will come running soon once you realize that you're missing your phone. I don't want to start saying the names on there. I don't want to unlock it either, so. Is that yours? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, thought I was going to get an easy $50 for that. I think we're ready to go. We have a presenter. I'll let them explain everything. I work with this family, and once I heard about their situation, I really wanted to let the chiefs know what's going on with this family. I'm gonna respectfully ask everybody to lower. I know it's lunchtime and we're interacting with one another, but I would really like the emphasis of this family's campaign to be felt by the chiefs in attendance. So if you could whisper while you're talking, I know it's a challenge to do, but I'm going to be calling upon Miranda McLeod to come do her presentation. And the runners, I gave the runners, did you hand them out? Okay, he'll be handing out additional information as well. So I'll let Miranda take control there if she needs any help. Yeah.
Dancer, bonjour, Anin. Miranda McLeod, Nitistinigason, Keeshkeemaquah, Netuchin, Kiwa temit now uta kakino kayayek. Ininiwag atoskewak agaw kimakanak ninanas kuman etay na mayek kapiatsimwan about the Natamakewan Foundation today. So I just greeted everyone using my traditional, using my first traditional Cree language. I greet you all with a handshake, all spectators, staff, as well as the chiefs. I also say thank you for allowing me or giving me the opportunity to come tell my story, as well as to present you with the Natamakewan Foundation. Okay, so before I get started, I am here to present everybody with a foundation that I started in January of 2019. So just a few or more than a few months ago. So as you can see on the PowerPoint, okay, so my PowerPoint, what's this? Okay. Okay, so I am originally from Cross Lake, and I am here to present you with the Natamakewan Foundation, which I just started just more than a few months ago. And what it is I personally received training from the Canadian Blood Services. Sorry. So in partnership with the Canadian Blood Services, I received training to conduct my own stem cell registration events. And you will know why as I move forward with my presentation. Why did I create the Natamakewan Foundation? So I started the Natamakewan Foundation for this little guy up here. This is my son Tanner. He is 5 years old. He is in kindergarten. He is also a little brother to my oldest child. Tanner attends a Cree bilingual school in Winnipeg. He is also sitting back there with his dad and my mom and dad. So my son Tanner was diagnosed with a rare anemia condition called sideroblastic anemia. And what that is he doesn't have a healthy bone marrow to produce healthy stem cells, they call them. So this means that his hemoglobin is So Tanner is he's anemic. He has a rare type of anemia. He is unable to produce healthy red blood cells of his own. So what this means for Tanner is because he doesn't produce healthy red blood cells of his own, he has to rely on treatment to go on with like a good quality of life. So every few weeks, Tanner receives a blood transfusion. As of right now, it's every 3 weeks. This could change. At one time, it was every 2 weeks. At one time, it was every 4 weeks. But as of right now, it's happening every 3 weeks. One of his side effects is iron overload. And what that means is in our red blood, there's iron naturally in our red blood, right? So every blood transfusion that he gets, his iron accumulates and it builds up. And that's not such a good thing for anyone. Having too much iron in your body is not good for you. Because what could happen is it could affect other organs in your body. And the cure for Tanner's condition is a procedure known as a stem cell transplant. Tanner has been on the waiting list since he was diagnosed as 6 months old. So as he's already 5 years old, so he's actually been waiting for a match to proceed with the transplant since he was 6 months old. So going on to this summer, he's been on the waiting list for about 5 years now, because he's 5.5. Okay, so moving on, what does Natamagewin mean? So I chose Natamagewin because that's exactly what my son needs, is he needs someone to kapenatama awinua. Natamagewin is a Cree word meaning to help, to support, and or to rescue. And the root of this word, or the root word for this phrase is to go get, nata. And then more about why I chose Natamagewin and why I chose my logos. As you can see here, I chose a teddy bear for a logo, as well as a candy and a feather. So I actually chose the feather because the best match, I've been told by the medical professionals that my son's best match will probably be someone from his own ethnic background, which is Indigenous. So my target audience is mostly Indigenous people. Why did I choose? And then next is, why did I choose a teddy bear? I actually knew of my first cousin. His name was Teddy. He had the exact same condition as my son. Teddy is no longer with us because what had happened with him was he finally found a match when he was 29 years old, or 28, somewhere about there. So he finally found a match.
Curriculum, for example, back home, what the school division teaches us here. But I think what I've experienced is
as you can, if you have a handout, there is a diagram showing the percentage of First Nations people registered on the stem cell registry. So on this diagram, it is telling us that First Nations people make up 1% of the registry. Okay? So as I was saying with my cousin, he finally found a match when he was about 28 years old. I know that he was diagnosed in his early life as well. I believe he might have been like 5 or 6. So at the age of 28 years old, they finally found a match to proceed with the stem cell transplant. Unfortunately, that didn't go well. He passed away after the transplant because he developed an infection. So I chose a teddy bear because just to memorialize him and to remember him, that in hopes that my son donor comes forward or is found eventually. And as you can see, the teddy bear is holding a candy. So teddy bear is holding a candy. So Teddy was my first cousin, I was saying. And then I also knew of another person from my home community who had the exact same condition. Her name was Candy. Unfortunately, Candy is no longer with us today because I believe what happened with her was that because of iron overload, because of the repeated transfusions, her heart was eventually affected because of too much iron. So I chose the teddy bear and the candy logo to remember them in this journey that my son and my family are going through right now. Okay, so you might be asking, what are stem cells? So in our bone marrow are stem cells. Stem cells create red blood cells, they create platelets, and they create white blood cells. So for my son, he doesn't produce healthy red blood cells. I just wanted to tell you about that, about what those are. So, yeah. So this is the main reason why I'm here today. With the help from Jordan's principal department, they are helping me to raise awareness on how to get registered on the stem cell registry. So everyone could, to register on the stem cell registry, you have to go through the Canadian Blood Services. Here are the requirements shown here. You have to be in between 17 and 35 years old. You must have valid provincial health care coverage. You must be in good general health, and you must be willing to help all patients. This is where it gets tricky for us, actually, because a lot of people ask, well, could I register just for your son? And then, unfortunately, no, you cannot just register to donate or see if you're a match for my son. If you decide to register on the registry, you'll have to make yourself available for anyone that might need it. And as of right now, I know that there is 17 Indigenous patients in Canada currently waiting for a stem cell match. And you also must be willing to provide a cheek swab sample, and this is used to identify your HLA markers. And HLA markers is just a more scientific term for finding your genetic twin. So basically, I am in search of my son's genetic twin. Because the doctors had told me before that this whole process is complex. It is more than just your blood type. It's been explained to me as finding a needle in a haystack. That's how complex the process in finding a match is. So if someone is a match for someone to proceed with the transplant, what they do is they would contact you by phone saying that you're a potential match for a sick patient. They'll have you come into the hospital to do more testing. And then there's two methods of doing the transplant. So this here is the first method. So this is what they call the peripheral blood stem cell donation way. So it's this way is the most common way nowadays. It's as if you were donating blood. So you're in the hospital, just the way the picture is shown here. The stem cells are removed from the donor through this type of machine, and then they separate the stem cells from the blood, and the remaining blood components are returned to the donor. And if the method is done this way, you're out of the hospital within 24 hours. And then here's the second method. Gayas, long time ago. This is how they used to do it before. Bone marrow stem cell donation is a day surgical procedure performed under general anesthesia. Hollow needles withdraw bone marrow stem cells from the back of the hip bones. And I believe if this method is chosen, that I believe this method will have your hospital stay be much longer than the 24 hours. All right, so I am here today to encourage everyone here today to share this information with your networks, with your community, with your family, your friends, to think of the possibility of registering on the One Match program. It would mean so much to a family like us to find my match, because I would like my son to enjoy a quality of life as he becomes older in his journey. Yeah. So for more information on how to get registered on the registry, www.blood.ca is where you can go to find more information. Egusane for the opportunity to share this information with you today. Egusane and Miigwech.
So again, it's a public awareness campaign for looking for stem cell match. And again, to reiterate what she had said, is if you were to get swabbed, and you might not only help Tanner, but you could help somebody in Newfoundland, you could help somebody in BC, who's your genetic match, and you could save a person's life by getting swabbed and being able to go through that process. It's not only for Tanner, it's for children and youth all across Canada. So they will be at Manitou Abbey as well. So if any of you guys are going to Manitou Abbey in a few weeks, they're going to have a little booth there where you can actually get swabbed and be tested. So encourage everybody else to spread the word and let your membership know about that campaign that's currently going on. Next, we're going to call up Raquel Fraser, and she's going to give a presentation in regards to specific claims in Manitoba. If she's ready to go.
Good afternoon to all the chiefs, proxies, elders. I see a veteran in the room, all the spectators and staff. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Raquel Fraser. I'm a lawyer from Calgary, and I'm here specifically today to come here and talk to you a little bit about specific claims. I'm very happy to be here in Manitoba, traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dene, Dakota peoples. I'm from Atakakuk Cree Nation, located in Treaty 6. So some of you might have been at the Freddie Sassakamoose hockey tournament where Cross Lake did exceptionally well. Peguis did well as also. So it was really nice to see a lot of teams from Manitoba compete. So we've been asked to come here today to sort of strike while the iron is hot, while we have everybody in the same room, to provide some very important information that is very timely and very important to Manitoba First Nations. What we found is Manitoba is lagging behind in terms of First Nations filing their specific claims within the specific claims branch and also at the tribunal. And we're trying to figure out what the root of the issue is. So from the very beginning, we wanted to provide some information about the types of claims, who we are as a law firm, and also just to provide some information going forward. Before I forget, I also wanted to say thank you to the people who lifted the pipe in the Eagle staff. It's very important, and also to Perry for keeping the energy spiritually safe today. So my partner Carly Fox and I, we both practice out of Calgary, and we're an Indigenous owned and operated law firm. We have two offices, one in Tsuut'ina Territory, one in Tsuut'ina Land in Redwood Meadows, Alberta, and a satellite office in downtown Calgary. We're also exploring establishing a presence in Saskatoon because so many of our clients are in Saskatoon and also in Winnipeg. A lot of our clients are also in Manitoba. So we have established our firm very recently, but we are not new to serving our people. I've been called to the bar since 2011, and so I guess that's almost 8 years. So I've been at it for about 8 years now. My partner Carly's been at it for about 12 years in the specific claims realm. So there are a lot of law firms out there that are working with nations in relation to specific claims and Indigenous governance. And what we think makes us unique is we put an emphasis on capacity building. This morning I heard some of the chiefs or proxies talking about restoring our jurisdiction and reviving our traditional ways of knowing and our ways of governing ourselves when it comes to health, childcare, governance, elections, land use, environment, those types of things. So the way that we try to practice law is if you were our own First Nation. So I don't advise or advocate for a client in a way that I would not do for my own First Nation. The other piece that we think is really important is that we endeavor to make sure that all of our lawyers are trained in terms of cultural competence. Some cultural, of course, elders are the most, traditional knowledge keepers are the most culturally competent. But we want to ensure that when we send out our lawyers into communities, that they are doing things according to protocol in a good way and they're walking softly. Those are some of the things that we've learned, and we want to make sure that that continues to be perpetuated throughout the work that we're doing, regardless of who comes out to the community. We find that's really important. I was at the AFN conference last week at Edmonton, and one of the things I heard from some of the leaders that were there were that people are coming into their communities and they know nothing about them, and they're trying to tell them exactly what they need. The way that we approach things is the community needs to tell us what they need, and we draft accordingly. We tell you what we can do and work together in a way that is collaborative. We also put an emphasis on communication. We work with our clients to proactively provide a communication strategy with your community members about governance, about trusts, about specific claims, and any type of financial lending, secured lending, that kind of thing. And we find that this is really important because information is so easy to be distorted and inconsistent. And one of my favorite things to say, and if you're in a meeting with me, you probably heard it already, is every Indian's a lawyer on Facebook. So what we're seeing is people are, giving their own spin on things, and there's not a consistent narrative. So we assist our clients in taking a proactive role in communicating with your members to instill trust, to instill transparency, and also to make sure that we, the lawyers, are doing our jobs effectively, because then the members know what's happening and they can hold us to task. The other piece that we find that we think is unique is that we don't charge contingency fees. We have access to insured litigation financing, and we think that takes the risk off the table. Our ethical duty is to our clients to provide the best interest, or to advance our clients' interests the best way that we know how, and get the best results within our power to do so. And we don't think that needs any kind of bonus. We want to make sure that the settlements that the clients are getting stay with the First Nation, and that you're not being gouged by contingency fees at the end of the day. Because we wouldn't do that to our own nation, so we wouldn't do that to our clients. So just moving forward, I want to, maybe I'll introduce myself really quick again. So just in relation to me, we provided a profile in the packages that you were provided. So in relation to my experience, I have significant experience in relation to litigation financing for specific claims. I was responsible for approximately 50 insured claims in my career, and that's a fairly new type of transaction in Canada. So I have a fairly unique skill set in that regard. I also work in relation to bridge financing and secured lending. In 2018, I conducted over $300 million worth of bridge financings for my clients. I also have extensive advocacy work against the Crown. I represented approximately 200 of our residential school survivors in the IAP, and most of the time I didn't take anything more than the 50% that the government provided, unless it was a very complex case. So I'm very proud of the work that I did there. I've also drafted over 30 community trusts, long-term investment vehicles for nations. And I've also have in-depth experience of working with community engagement for drafting community-driven governance instruments, including constitutions, election laws, those types of things that can help to restore our jurisdictions and get out from underneath the Indian Act, which is one of the things that I heard today. So that's me. I'm going to introduce my partner, Carly Fox. She leads our specific claims practice, so I'll just get her to come up.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to come today to speak to you. Like Raquel said, my name is Carly Fox. I'm a member of the Blood Tribe Raquel First Nation in Southern Alberta in Treaty 7. I've been practicing law since 2008, and I've done exclusively specific claims work since this time. So I've had extensive experience drafting these claims. That was mostly my wheelhouse for the past 10 or so years, was drafting a number of claims in relation to expropriations, cows and plows, other treaty benefits, legal surrenders, misadministration of trust funds, as well as involved in the litigation and negotiation and settlement and implementation of these claims. So I have been working with Raquel for the past. We've been working together for the past 8 years since she was called to the bar, and recently we decided to set out on our own to start up our own firm because there were some things that we wanted to do. We wanted to serve our communities in a certain way, and so that's our goal. So I just wanted to speak very briefly. I know this is a very full schedule today, so I just wanted to speak very briefly about specific claims and about the process and some of the claims that are being negotiated right now in other provinces. So the specific claims policy was put into place to provide a more efficient way of resolving First Nations historic claims. So previously it took around 13 years to get a response back from Canada after a First Nation submitted their claim to them. In 2007, a new specific claims policy was provided, and Canada now has 6 months to review a claim after it's submitted to determine if it meets the minimum standards. So that's just basically technical requirements. After that 6 months have passed, then Canada has 3 years to review the claim and decide whether or not it wants to negotiate the claim. If Canada decides there's no outstanding obligations, the claim can be filed at the Specific Claims Tribunal, or the claim proceeds through negotiation if Canada feels that there is an outstanding legal obligation. The Specific Claims Tribunal is presided over by Superior Court judges who have extensive experience in Indigenous law. So a number of the judges practiced Aboriginal law in private practice prior to being appointed to the bench. So it's not the case with many of the provincial courts where they have no experience at all and have no understanding at all in these claims. So they really are a specialized tribunal. Their decisions are binding and of course subject to appeal to the Federal Court of Appeal on judicial review. There are flexible rules of evidence at the tribunal. Normally hearings are held in the First Nation community, so it can take into account oral history evidence. And there is a cap. The cap provides a maximum of $150 million for a claim to be settled. One of the best parts about this tribunal that was set up is that it provides limitations like latches, acquiescence, and other provincial statutory limitations are not in effect here. So Canada can't rely on the fact that it took so long for the First Nation to file their claim in order to bar them from receiving judgment. So in Manitoba, we went through the Specific Claims Reporting Centre lists all the claims that are currently in the process after they've met minimum standards. So we took a look at what has been through Manitoba, and for the most part it looks like there's been a number of TLEs settled, a few expropriations and flooding claims. One of the ones that we noticed that it doesn't look like anyone has submitted or hasn't passed the minimum review process quite at this point is the agricultural benefits, or the cows and plows claims. So these claims relate to treaties 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10 in Manitoba. They all provide different specific benefits, but the point was that they were there to provide the First Nation with the ability to transfer to an agricultural society after the loss of the buffalo and after settlers came over and started taking up the land. So what we found, I drafted about 25 or 30 of these agricultural benefit claims in Saskatchewan. So what we found is that even First Nations who received quite a bit of these agricultural benefits, they didn't receive the full amount. And also what they received was generally lacking. So they received broken down instruments, they received wild cows, stuff like that. So in our legal arguments, we argue that that doesn't count. Canada can't count those as fulfilling its treaty obligations. Treaty 5 land disparity claims. I'm sure most of you know these. I think there's 2 right now that are in active litigation. So this relates to the fact that in treaties 3, 4, and 6 and beyond, there was a different formula for receiving the amount of land per family. And Treaty 5 actually received a quarter of the reserve land that the other treaties did. So that's another claim that's proceeding through the federal court. Wrongful expenditures regarding medical expenses. This is something that we've seen that's unique to Treaty 6 with their medicine chest clause. Treaty land entitlement is available in almost all treaty areas, and I think almost all First Nations have a treaty land entitlement claim, just like they have an agricultural benefits claim. Part of the agricultural benefits claim, too, that I forgot to mention is that ammunition and twine will generally include that in the claim as well, because in general, like $1,500, Canada would say $1,500 per year for ammunition and twine, but they actually wouldn't keep any records of what they actually provided to each First Nation. And then, of course, railway claims will be big, road claims will be big, flooding claims will be big in Manitoba, as you mostly already know. So our approach is that I have worked with a number of historians, especially in the treaty benefits area, so they're aware of what to research. We start off with our breach of fiduciary duty argument. So they look at what happened, they do some historical research on what the First Nation was like before treaty, why the impetus for treaty, and then what happened post-treaty. Then they go through and do an accounting exercise based on Canada's records of what was received and what wasn't received. We also liaise with the community members because oftentimes a lot of this research has already been completed by the community members. There's a lot of oral history about what was provided, and then we do the legal research that informs the claim. What we did in Treaty 6 is that we would do this kind of on a grouping basis. So we'd look at a certain agency. So the historical researcher would look at the whole agency, do the numbers for the whole agency so that it was more cost effective for each First Nation. So because they were writing similar reports. It was just a matter of different specifics about what was received. We build the document database, we meet with the client to discuss the claim and approve it for submission, and then we submit it to Canada for that 3.5-year process. So we have a fairly streamlined approach. And the reason why we wanted to make it streamlined was so that it was cost effective for people, that it's time efficient. This isn't something that, you sign up for and 10 years later you find out your claim hasn't even been submitted yet. It allows people to share resources and research where possible, and it allows people to advance their claims at a similar rate. So what we did in Treaty 6 is that I think in the past year we submitted maybe 15 claims related to cows and plows all at once during the year. I'll pass it on to Raquel to talk about the insured financing and how we can use that to make sure that these claims are settled quickly.
Excuse me, sorry, just as a reminder, before we continue with this conversation for our observers that are around the table, we are in a meeting right now, so be mindful of that, and this information is for the chiefs and proxies around the table, and we want to ensure that they are able to hear the presentations fully. So please, if you have any lunch conversations, to take them outside, and to be respectful of our presenters who have traveled a long way to be here with us today.
So moving right along, then the question becomes, how are we going to pay for this? What is it going to cost? The unfortunate financial reality of litigating against Canada or pursuing any legal claim is it becomes expensive and it can become complex and drawn out very quickly. Typically, what we've seen is an average claim submission will cost about $150,000, depending on the complexity. Even What we also found is that even before a claim can be reviewed on its merits, it's often rejected because there's no historical basis for the claim. A lot of historical research reports are expensive, or about $30,000 or $40,000 per report, and it's really difficult to prove your claim if you don't have the historical evidentiary basis. So a lot of times those are booted out of the system. So that's why our approach is really important, because what we want is to have a fulsome claim submission with all of the historical records available, so that when the claim is reviewed, Canada has all the information that they need in order to make a determination of whether or not to negotiate. Litigation is also really expensive. Right now, we have a bit of a friendlier government. We're negotiating. We're in negotiations for, the Treaty 4 and Treaty 6. Cows and plows right now, those are going to be huge. Treaty 5's coming down the pike. Treaty 3, Treaty 2, Treaty 1, those ones are going to be coming up as well. So what Canada is hoping to do is get these into negotiation before the next election. However, if we're staring down the barrel at a conservative government, we might be looking at some dark days again. And under the Stephen Harper government, their rejection rate of claim submissions was 86%. During Paul Martin, that was their acceptance rate. So what Canada is looking to do is exhaust the very limited resources that our people have in an effort to put your claim into abeyance and hope that you abandon it, or take a very low-ball offer if you're accepted for negotiation. So they're hoping that they're going to win the war of attrition. So what we've managed to do is find an insurance product that will eliminate the financial risk for the First Nation. So what it is litigation insurance for a specific litigation loan from an approved bank. A loan is taken out that operates like a line of credit, so all that's paid back is what you draw down. And it covers all legal fees, all insurance premiums, and all bank fees. That includes interest and standby fees. The disbursements also include the First Nations costs, so traveling for meetings, facility rentals for community meetings such as this, meetings with traditional knowledge keepers and elders to get oral history. A lot of our elders are starting to pass, and every time one passes, it's like a library burns down. So it's really important to conserve that information. It also includes up to $500,000 for community planning. So we're looking to restore our jurisdictions, revive our traditional ways of governing ourselves and organizing ourselves. There are funds that are available for us to begin that journey with you. The way that we look at it is, a lot of law firms, they'll come in and they'll do the work of the specific claim. The money hits the trust, it goes to the community, and thanks for the paycheck. We don't want to operate that way. We want to leave it better than we found it. We want to set our nations up, again, as though they're our own nation. We want to set up for success so that when the compensation is provided to the community, they are in a position to have a strong governing system with strong governance structures and education within the community on how to make informed decisions about finance, about trust, about investments, those types of things. So just going back to the insurance and financing, and a separate loan and a policy is required for each claim. So we have some clients that have 6 claims. They have to have 6 individual loans, 6 individual policies. The insurer issues a policy based on the strength of the claim. So the nation only pays back the loan in the event of a successful resolution. So it's no win, no pay. If at the end of the loan term there is no resolution, or there is an unsuccessful resolution, a claim is made under the policy and the bank is repaid in full from the insurance company, and everybody walks away. Now the bank has undertaken their due diligence to ensure that to make sure that the insurer can repay their debts. If you're successful, then once the money is transferred to the trustee is provided with instructions to pay back the loan within 7 days, and then you're done. There's no success premium, there's no termination premium at the end of the day. There's no contingency fee. All you have to pay back is what is drawn down on the loan. In addition, we will pursue a litigation costs against Canada, and we will recover as much as we can dollar for dollar of that loan so the nations are made whole. Or we'll ask for a negotiation top-up in order to cover the loan. I have 2 minutes left. So the policy is issued by a domestic insurer. They're AA rated, and they engage in independent legal opinion from a lawyer who is well versed in Aboriginal law to determine the merits of the claim and if a policy should be issued. So policies can be taken out for 3, 5, or 7 years, and the loan will always mirror the policy. And it's been approved by 3 major financial institutions, including RBC, Scotiabank, and Concentra, and BMO is almost ready to go with their first. So again, the only term premiums are paid, and those are lumped into the loan itself. The nation is not out of pocket at all throughout the entirety of the lifespan of the claim. So again, the loan operates like a line of credit. The insurance policy provides the security for the loan, and the security provides enough collateral for the loan so that the bank can afford to provide lower interest rates. So the rates that we've seen are prime plus 0 up to prime plus 3.75. So again, the loan reflects the insurance policy term. It can be taken out for 3, 5, or 7 years, and each claim must have its own loan. Oh, I think I'm just about it. And I guess finally, the security for the loan is the insurance policy, again, and also there's a trust component because of the Indian Act provisions in relation to seizure of property on reserve. So a trust has to be established off reserve initially so that the bank can ensure that they are paid back, and then the trust can be moved wherever you wish. And we can work with you to determine if you want an administrative trust or if you want a long-term investment vehicle. So we've done quite a few of those, and we're happy to begin working with you on that process. So that about covers it for me. And Carly, I think I'm at 10 seconds left or something like that. So I just wanted to thank you again for listening and for having us here today. And we're happy to have some conversation and answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, just one last note. In your packages, you will see that we have business cards for Carly and myself. So those have our cell phone, email, fax, smoke signal, whatever you guys, carrier pigeon, however you want to get a hold of us. There's about 1 million numbers on there, so we're happy to answer any questions you might have. We're trying to establish a presence here in Manitoba, so we'll most likely have some boots on the ground pretty quick in terms of an office. So happy to chat at your leisure. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you again to Raquel and her partner, Carly, for being with us today and talking as well. Chiefs, just to mention, all their information is found in this package if you were wanting to contact them after, as we will not be going into questions. Quickly, I'd like to call up Joanna White from the Southern Chiefs Organization. She's going to quickly talk to the Chiefs for 5 minutes about recruiting for justice workers, and then we have a few more items on our agenda. I respect and I appreciate the Chiefs as they've been working hard for the past couple of days, working through lunch both days. So we will try to be quick in our agendas. So I will, without further ado, I'll ask Joanna White from Southern Chiefs Organization to.
Good afternoon, elders, chiefs, delegates, and spectators. I'm going to be really quick. I really believe in hitting it and quitting it with presentations. I have some information that's going to be going around. But Southern Chiefs, our Justice Department, has received funding to implement some services for victims of crime. And one of the ways that we're going to do that is through some healing circles. And so far we have about 4 communities out of the 20 that we've been provided funding to do the circles. And so I'm just here to promote the program and then also encourage communities, unfortunately from the south. This is a unfortunately situation where fortunately we are able to provide this service to southern communities. Unfortunately at this time we're not able to offer this to our northern communities. So this is a program that is done on a monthly basis. It's going to be done within the community by a trained community member. And it, again, for any individual who has been impacted by a crime in their life. And topics will focus on restoring balance, coping skills, self-care, and healing practices. And so we are looking at a one-day event once a month. If you're interested, my contact information is going around, as well as just a little pamphlet. So I think that was like 2 minutes. Thank you for your time and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Joanna. As we had a presentation this morning from Grand Chief Arlen Dumas and Melanie McKinnon on the Universal Health Accord. This is just a follow-up with that presentation we had this morning. They're going to be talking to us about the health system vision and options, the proposed scope of jurisdictional authorities, and that can be found in tab 10 of your guys' package, the Chief's package. And then I believe Melanie McKinnon will introduce her Dr. Alan Goudray, and he is going to be sharing with us the cost of healthcare, considerations for costing a First Nations healthcare system. So I would like to call up Melanie McKinnon, and she's going to be speaking to us. And the information can be found in tab 10 of the Chief's package.
Thank you, Jenna. So I too just want to acknowledge that the chiefs and the delegates and our colleagues and the elders have been sitting through multiple presentations, and I do have to admit that I have somewhat of a long one, being from municipality Cree Nation or the mouth of the Saskatchewan River. I come by it honestly. So for those of us that don't know one another, I'm Melanie McKinnon. My background is nursing and worked in several of your communities as a nurse practitioner and public health nurse. Have some health policy experience, health executive experience, and certainly have worked in the Assembly at different capacities over the years. I'm there part-time in this role as Senior Health Advisor to the Assembly, to yourselves. My other part-time hat, and some of us have a relationship in that role as the Executive Director of Ongomism Health Services, which is also formerly called the Northern Medical Unit, where we place physicians and specialists and nurse specialists into several First Nation communities in Manitoba, as well as in Nunavut. So my experience in the healthcare system is going on 23 or so years, and when I looked at the opportunity to come back to the Assembly, to come back and work with all of the chiefs, I had to really think about what that meant and what you were asking me to do, because this is not easy work. And the conversations that we've been having about health have been very similar conversations over the last decade or two, and in fact for some of you much longer than that. As Elder Crushane shared with us this morning, and many of the chiefs have also referenced, our treaties and the healthcare system and the policies and legislation that shape our current realities. And my commitment to yourselves and my commitment to my colleagues and my commitment to my community is that my children and my grandchildren won't be having the same conversation in another 10 and 20 years. And so that's the preface of the work that we're doing, the methodology and the approach that we used to imagine a different tomorrow, to look at different options, to build on the work of Wabang, the work of our chiefs 50 or so years ago as they responded to the white paper, otherwise known as, or with our response as the red paper. So, with the work of the Universal Health Accord, we're mandated by the Chiefs in Assembly, and we're also guided by the Political Unity Accord, which was signed by the AMC, SCO, MKO, FINISM, and the AFN. We brought on some planners, some global planners that work in complex social problems, and that partner is called Rio's Partners, and that's just a picture of our facilitation team. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Rio's Partners and who they are, but these are people, a group of consultants that work on very, very socially complex issues. One of the first projects that they worked on was working with Nelson Mandela on apartheid and solving apartheid, or working on apartheid in South Africa. Other work that they've done is in Guatemala, finding peace accords between guerrillas and drug lords. So they got some pretty extensive experience in looking at how to improve people's lives in society and in peacemaking, which is really what we're doing here. When we're talking about our relationships amongst ourselves and our relationship with Canada and our relationships with Manitoba, we're talking about peacemaking. In addition to our facilitation team, I also want to acknowledge our Elders Council. Dave Crushane is our lead through the Turtle Lodge. Harry Bone is also there, Mary Mitriashin, Florence Painter, and I just want to take a minute to acknowledge Florence Painter, who's in hospital right now, and for all of you to keep her in our prayers. Darcy Linklater is also there, Catherine Whitecloud, and Robert Mitriashin, and I hope I didn't forget anybody. In addition to the planning team members in the Assembly itself, the engagement that we have, the other organizations that we engaged came from the following organizations, but I just wanted to say that the approach that we took when we're looking at health and wellness wasn't just about the healthcare system. I appreciate the presentation from Manitoba Health this morning. There was a lot of information there, a lot of data, but it was about the healthcare system. We've been told by our elders over and over again, we've been told by our communities over and over again that we can't just look at health as it relates to medical services or biomedical services or Western approaches. We also have to look at ourselves holistically as individuals, mind, body, and spirit, and emotional capacities and wellness, but we also have to look at the impacts of other domains that affect our health and social determinants, like housing, economies, incomes, education, families, relationships, and so forth. So that really formed who was invited. So some of the other people that worked on this work, this isn't my work, this was a collective, collaborative effort. All of the posters that you see on the walls are ideas and the spirit and the intent of those that were contributed to the process. So certainly our elders, several community members were involved, including health directors, mental health workers, BFI workers, NADAP workers, tribal council representatives were there, of course our PTOs. We had representatives from education, both MF and NERC, as well as Frontier School Division, CFS, Northern Authority, and representatives. Sorry, can I just ask for quiet? Would you mind?
Can we have all the spectators surrounding the Chiefs Assembly here to please keep their conversations to a minimum in volume so that the Chiefs can hear what's being presented upon? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting it from the front and back, and I can't hear what I'm thinking. So Justice was also there, people from economic development, other health professionals or clinicians like nurses, physicians, med rehab specialists, universities were there. You've met some of the delegates from Shared Health as well as the WRHA. FINIB was there, as well as Senate. And we had visitors from Northern Ontario that were coming to look at our process, coming to look at what we were doing and how we were doing. So Treaty 3 was there from Northern Ontario, as well as Nan and the Shabbiaski Nation. And then we also had visitors that came as far as Australia to have a look at our process and how we were moving our plans forward. So in this whole, this presentation, as far as the overview, I'll try to be as quick as possible. But what we're really going to talk about are the past, our current reality, our possible futures. There's 4 scenarios. I think this document is in your package. I'm also going to refer you to tab 7 and tabs 9. There are 3 other documents. One is our current reality. One is on options of the future. And then the third is on the vision and strategic steps. I'm not going to walk you through all of those documents. They're there for your reference. But you will note that in the documents in tab 10, those documents are complete. We just finished one of our sessions, but they're also living and evolving drafts. I know we don't want to talk about the past to stay in the past, but I do want to just kind of set the context and the tone and build off of what was offered this morning, and why this work is so important. But why, from my perspective, why moving our health agenda or self-determination and health has been so difficult in comparison to CFS files or education or justice. Why has health been so difficult, so complex, so complicated? And I think that we need to kind of understand that foundation a little bit more as it relates to colonization. Just one really brief story that I want to share. When I first had the opportunity to work with the Assembly in 2002, 2003, during the Manitoba Framework Agreement Initiative, health was part of that discussion. It didn't get as far in the discussion or in the development as, say, education and CFS and maybe some other files did. I attended my one and only meeting with the Assembly and with the FAI team and the negotiators from Canada, both regionally as well as nationally. What they were offering at the time was nothing more than a glorified transfer agreement, very similar to what we all have in our communities as far as contribution agreements. Very little enhancements, very little capacity, and certainly no real autonomy with much, much responsibility. One of the questions that I asked the senior negotiator was, when I asked him, when did Canada remove First Nations or the exemption from First Nations from the Canada Health Act? Because we were at one point solely a federal responsibility. That was my one and only question in that meeting. I asked it within the first 10 minutes of its commencement. That senior negotiator stood up, said this meeting is over, and walked out with his team. There has never been a discussion on First Nation health, self-determination, legislation, policy with the federal government in a meaningful way in any of our history. And even as of late, and since 2003, they didn't want to talk about it in a meaningful way. That's not the opportunity that we have in front of us today, or certainly that's not the way we're going to steer it. We're going to learn from the past and what we've inherited as far as a framework. The policies and the legislation are not our own. We did not construct those. We didn't add those words. We didn't add those paradigms or those philosophies. And from the very beginning, as you all know, it was assimilation versus self-determination. And any action that the government followed through on with respect to treaties, any action from them was that based on their interpretation, not ours. And these historical implications have major, major outcomes on our health status. I'm not going to go into the specifics of what our health status is. You're all very familiar with that. You see it and face it every day. But the impact of that colonial framework is actually our #1 killer. It's not diabetes. It's not heart disease. It's colonization. And I want that to be front and center in this conversation. We hear over the years, and we talk about today, the Medicine Chest Clause in Treaty 6. Is it just a test, or we gotta go?
It's a test.
Okay. Oh, on your phone? So many of you are familiar with the Treaty 6 clause that a medicine chest will be, shall be kept at the house of each Indian agent for the use and benefit of the Indians at the discretion of such an agent. You all know that the idea of medicines, medical supplies, and medicine chest was discussed in all treaty negotiations, but it was only articulated into one. I want to spend a little bit of time right now as to what this meant. And the first time that the Medicine Chest Clause was actually challenged in a federal court was in 1935. And this is where the federal government was actually suing First Nations for not paying provincial health premiums. So you have to remember, it's at a time when we didn't have a publicly insured or funded service. If you were to see a doctor, you had to pay for it. If you went to a hospital, you had to pay for it. Similar to what we're seeing in the American healthcare system, but mind you, in post-World War I, pre-World War II costs. And that was challenged by First Nations in Alberta. They took the federal government to court and they actually won. And that judge said that that medicine chest clause implied all medicines and all medical supplies. It wasn't just a first aid kit in the Indian agent's house. And it didn't just apply to Treaty 6, it applied to all treaty Indians in Canada. That decision is what informed what we then experienced kind of around the World War II era, or just after, where Indian Health Services, as they were called, or FNIB was called at the time, started building Indian hospitals. There was about 22 Indian health hospitals that were constructed mostly in Western and Central Canada. 2 of which are still standing and 2 of which are in this province, Norrie House and in Hodson or Percy Moore Hospital. Some of you would be really familiar with those. One of the reasons why there was such a huge boom in Indian health hospitals post-World War is because we had the rise of tuberculosis. It wasn't that Canada was building those hospitals for us. It wasn't that they were building them to honor treaty rights. It wasn't that they were building them to actually take care of us. They were building them to quarantine us because we weren't allowed in provincial hospitals. We weren't allowed outside of the annexes of our reserves. It was a quarantine initiative. With that said, there was many, many chiefs and many, many communities in the Treaty 6 area that actually held and saw that as Canada finally being responsible for implementation of some of their treaty right to health or some of the Medicine Chest Clause. And they held them accountable to that for a couple of decades. They held them accountable to that until around the 1960s, which is when Canada had the idea of a universally funded healthcare system or a publicly funded healthcare system. In the 1960s, we started to see the closures of those Indian hospitals. And then we started to see our First Nation brothers and sisters in those areas at that era take Canada back to court with respect to the medicine chest. And once again, they won in court. And then what happened in the mid-1960s is Canada didn't like that response, but they had to look like they were the friend of the Indian. So they worked with the Saskatchewan Attorney General and had the province of Saskatchewan appeal that ruling. So in the appellant court, with Canada's behind-the-scene help, they positioned Saskatchewan against First Nations, and that particular judge ruled against the first ruling. And it's with that, we went into full-blown assimilation. With that ruling, it gave Canada all the power that they needed to include First Nations people in their plans to be included into provincial healthcare programs and services, to be insured under what was becoming Medicare. And we saw the introduction of Medicare in exactly 1969, when Tommy Douglas signed that into law. Around the same time, the Trudeau government tabled their 1969 white paper. So when I ask the question, why is it so hard? Why has it been so hard for First Nations to take full control over healthcare services? It's because this assimilation policy was embedded in the earliest framework of our healthcare system. Canada's response to WABM, as you all know, otherwise coined, were known as the Red Paper, that brought down the White Paper. We thought we were moving in a direct relationship with Canada, but what we didn't know at the time was that they were still trying to have us under provincial healthcare systems. And they were able to do that with what they constructed in 1979, which you're all familiar with, is the Indian Health Policy. Then we went through other constitutional reforms. In 1982, the Canada Health Act was updated and amended in 1984. And these are some of the major policy and legislative frameworks that when we talk about a self-determination or a First Nation health authority, which I fully support and agree with, we have to understand it within these colonial constructs that we're creating and how we deconstruct them to be able to recreate and design something new. So a perfect example of 50 years of policy implementation or operationalized examples, some of you have heard me say this in the past. When you look in our communities, half of us have health centers and the other half have what we call like nursing stations, depending on your geography, depending on your remoteness, not so much depending on your population, and certainly not depending on your health status. So in essence, south of the 53rd, we have health centers, and north of the 53rd, we have some nursing stations, whether they're provincially or federally operated. Some of the assumptions that were made at the time was that the South just needed a health center because they were closely located to other provincial health systems. So even around here, it was assumed that Long Plain is going to have services out of Portage. The opportunity for enhanced primary care or other services was never even on the table, never even afforded. So when you look at this health system, which is basically public health units, you can't do primary care in those units. You look at Sandy Bay, where amputation rates are 18 times higher than they are for Manitoba First Nations in the north. That's First Nation to First Nation. That's north to south. And it's the typecasting of whether you're a health center or whether you're a nursing station has literally, it's a workforce tool to decipher how much isolated post allowance or remote allowance you're going to pay a nurse. That's how far we need to deconstruct the policies and where they were created from. The system that we've inherited was never here to give us everything we needed. It's a scarcity paradigm, it's minimalistic, and it's never ever going to meet our needs. The worst thing that we could do is accept the transfer payment like they tried to do in the 2000s, like they tried to do in 1996, and they're trying to do again today with just a few different words or a different tone of voice. So with that said, the opportunities between the federal and provincial transformation initiatives that we have today have to be constructed our way. And we can't fall into previous examples of and experiences of having done for us and not necessarily being needs-based, but instead just filling in some particular holes or gaps in with respect to what our needs are, or being quite frankly, perpetually crisis-oriented, that we can't do the upstream and upfront work that we have to do. I just wanted to share this picture of some recent publications, everything that I've just told you, and then there's so much more in these documents, if you're interested in reading these books, they're kind of a heavier read, but if we're going to talk about designing our First Nation healthcare system, we have to know our history, we have to know this legislation, we need to know these policies, we need to know not what to repeat again. So I recommend those particular readings. The book Separate Beds, I'm going to take a few quotes from, and it is the story of Indian hospitals, including the Inuit experience, and they're quite atrocious, actually. And you know, to be honest with you, what's occurred over the last 50 years, and any significant improvements that have not been realized, and we are at risk of that occurring over the next 50 years. So let me ask you this. This was a quote this is a quote from the author of the book, Separate Beds, A History of Indian Hospitals in Canada. And so her perspective from her historical review of Indian health services is that paternalistic IHS physician bureaucrats dismiss treaties as dusty relics and treaty claims as symptomatic of a stubborn backwardness that was surely as dangerous as disease itself. Medicare, not medicine chest, would define access to hospital and health care. Does that seem like your everyday reality now? That intent in the 1960s is what our lived experience is today? This is a especially daunting quote from Dr. Thomas Orford. So he's one of those physician bureaucrats that actually designed our healthcare system. Our healthcare system was designed by less than 5 bureaucrats in the 1940s and into the 1960s. Less than 5 white men had the power to design what we experience today. So I say, when 100 of us, when 1,000 of us, when 10,000 of us can stand up and redesign a particular future, how powerful that's going to be. So this is not deconstructible. We can deconstruct this and we can recreate something else. If 5 men can create it, we can certainly, as 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 people wide in this particular region, create something new, but we have to do that together. We have to do that together because of this belief that still permeates the regional offices, whether it's ISC or whether it's FNIB. So the Aboriginal composition to Indian hospital closures and the integration into mainstream services were characterized as illogical and disruptive, and as evidence of unredeemed backwardness of their leadership. Saskatchewan Indians were split into 2 fractions, a fairly large element who vaguely grasped integration, but they frightened easily when faced with the reality of a more vociferous element who are not ready for anything different than reserve life and treaty agreements. The first group in time will dig themselves out of apathy and indecision, while the other group will in 10, 20, 50 years from now be clamoring for treaty rights. Is that a prophecy from 50 years ago? We're still talking integration. We're still talking about the implementation of the medicine and chest clause for all First Nations in this country. So I know you know this, I'm not going to spend much time. We know our British North America Act, we know our Indian Act, we know what that has done to us as far as culture and health and well-being and education and family and relationships, and what how those assimilation policies have played out over the decades. And if we don't do something now, how they're going to play out for the decades and half a century to come. So our current reality, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, you're all very familiar, but as mentioned in the past, we're not interested in looking at a health accord or a universal health accord, and I think that's why we've called it a universal health accord, just the healthcare system in itself. The healthcare system contributes to about 25% of our health status. It's not the Western healthcare system, those clinics and those hospitals that make us or keep us well. They're really, really good for broken bones. They're really, really good when you're having a heart attack. They're really, really good when you have pneumonia. Well, sometimes our medicine is better for pneumonia too. They have a particular purpose and there's a usefulness there. But all of our money goes into the healthcare system. Very little of our money goes into the social determinants of health. It doesn't go into our housing. It doesn't go into our income. It doesn't go into employment. It doesn't go into our education. And so what we have to do is understand that we need to integrate or blend from our perspective on our terms, take the best from what we learned of Western medicine or biomedical medicine as we call it, integrate with our traditional healing approaches and our healers and our elders and our knowledge keepers, come back to who we are as a people and our identity and our sense of worth and our sense of pride, but then also put that within the context of our families and our communities and our nations as it relates to our healthcare system, our education system, our cultural continuity, and all of that community infrastructure that's needed so that our kids remember that they're here to play again, they're here to have fun, they're looking at different infrastructure. And then the broader distal determinants that we've talked a little bit about, and I'll go over very, very quickly. The number one determinant to improve a person's health, a family's health, a community's health is self-determination. It's not access to emergency rooms. It's the practice of our sovereignty and our autonomy. The number one impact on our health is colonization, and something that we experienced then and certainly today is racism and social exclusion. I'm not going to go through all of these. You know what these are. I want to spend more time on what these possible futures are. So you have that handout and those other additional handouts that I talked about. So to think of all of this in collection with each other. So when Grand Chief Dumas asked, and other team members from the Assembly asked if I could come and help and do this work, of course I had lots of questions, and I wasn't quite sure what the work was or what the scale and the scope of this work was going to be. I did know a couple of things. I did know and realize really quickly that we couldn't repeat the same kind of approaches or methodologies or processes that we had in the past because they didn't work, just in the mere fact that we're still having a very similar conversation. So how could we engage in this conversation differently? How could we think differently? How can we be co-creative and look at what future possibilities are as opposed to just Western strategic planning approaches, which is not what we wanted to do. And part of that is, what is the scale and the scope of political, treaty rights and recognition, colonial constructs, nation-to-nation relationships, the legal construct, what are the jurisdictional authorities that First Nations want? What about professional regulations? These are just some examples, there's like a long list. Financial, what are those funding instruments going to be? Resource sharing, dissemination, capital, north-south authorities, what's that governance structure going to be? We don't have those answers. And then service, programs and services, the workforce, and certainly the administration and other things like conflict resolution amongst ourselves. How is all of this going to be organized and understood? And so that's where, we brought in, as I mentioned, the consultant, Rio's partners, to help with some of those really critical, crucial conversations that are also very sensitive in our current reality because of the paradigms that we've inherited and sometimes the way some of us think. We've been trained to be more competitive than collaborative. We've been trained to, protect these really scarce resources that have been disseminated to us or allocated to us. And so Adam Kahane is one of the directors with Rio's partners, and I read his work well over a decade ago. And so his theory, or his title is called Power and Love, but his theory really resonated with me, and I've shared this in the past, but power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is sentimental and anemic, from Dr. Martin Luther King. And that's really the cornerstone of his theory, in which he states that power and love both have two faces. Power can be generative or degenerative, just as love can be generative or degenerative. If you're not comfortable with the word love, just think of compassion. Our experience in a colonial rule has been twofold, with degenerative power, power over, power onto. And with respect to love, it's been the humanitarian. You don't know how to do it yourself, therefore I'll make you a ward. You don't know how to take care of yourself, therefore I'll tell you what your allocations are and how you're supposed to spend your money. But there is generative aspects to both power and love, which we don't talk a lot about. And maybe we do in our community circles and in our family circles and our ceremonial circles. We understand what these teachings mean. We absolutely understand what they mean. We don't need a social scientist to tell us that, and our elders remind us that every day. But this construct really helped me understand racism. It really helped me understand colonization and assimilation. And I'm reading this book, and he's telling all these stories about South Africa. He's telling all these stories about Guatemala and Colombia and all these crazy things that are happening in the world. And they came in and they were peacemaking. And I'm like, what if they could do that with us? What if they could come here and help us? That was my thought around 11 years ago. There was one chapter in this book of his one and only experience in Canada with First Nations and BC and the Canadian government. His one and only international or global failure in the work that he does. And my heart broke. Ah. How could you, not that apartheid's all, but how could you make improvements where it was the worst of the worst? And we can't do that here. And even knowing that apartheid was built off of our system. Apartheid was built off of the Indian Act. And so when our chiefs say we have to get rid of the Indian Act and deconstruct it, we do. We do. That's keeping us in a Canadian apartheid context. So when we're talking about the healthcare system, I'm not going to talk to you about programs and services at this point. We'll get there eventually. We have to talk about our paradigm. We have to talk about our philosophy. We have to talk about our vision. And so the way that we constructed that, or the approach that we took, was, and this is just the initial stages, much more work to do, and many, many more people need to help us and be involved. So we started in the fall or November with workshop number 1, which is perspectives. That document is, I believe, under tab 7. In between our workshops, we had several conversations where I've met with almost all tribal councils, with the exception of Four Arrows and Interlake Interlake Tribal Council. And I'm happy to be invited and to come and present this work and to learn more. Workshop 2 is where we built those scenarios. That's the glossy book that you have in front of you. And those are stories of possible tomorrows. What could happen, not what will happen. They're not prophecies or predictions, but they are possibilities. We met again in March and we took those documents and then designed some options around them. And then we met last week and worked on the vision document. And so you have both of those under tab 10. And for those that don't have them, I'm happy to email them to you, very, very much in draft format, but they're going to frame our agenda moving forward. Chief Meacha said earlier, what's your roadmap? You could see it's blank. This is just sharing this as far as what the methodology and the construct was. So we're taking that work from workshop 1, the current reality. We're designing some options around it. We're testing those options with the 4 scenarios. Again, there's illustrations on the wall and in your handout. And then our goal is to have a vision of what the healthcare system for First Nations in Manitoba looks like. And then get into those particulars, whether it be a Manitoba First Nation Health Authority or multiple other ideas. So these 4 scenarios are very different to one another, None of them are utopia. None of them are without tensions. But I'm just going to really briefly go over all four. You do have them in your packages. I encourage you to read the stories of them. So with respect to Dominion, obviously you can see through the illustration there that it's still very much, as the title suggests, that we remain under the dominion of the Crown, the power over, the power onto. The stories that you will read aren't saying that what we want to happen or what will happen, but what could happen. And so they're suggesting that there is full assimilation in those stories. We're suggesting that there's a loss of treaty rights. There's talk with the Rights and Recognition Act that is the White Paper 2.0, right? This is, assimilation is and attempts and efforts are not done. You'll see that there's some devastation towards our climate, the pipelines. We're very much within a Western paradigm of the healthcare system, very much fiscally restrained and constrained, and we're becoming urbanized. The idea of a First Nation community is done and gone with. We are now municipalities. Again, not saying that will happen, but it could happen, depending on what you decide to do, depending on what and how you want to plan and prepare or deter from these possible futures. The next is dream catchers. In this scenario, we're trying to understand climate change and technological advancements. 10 years ago, there weren't as many cell phones around the table. 15 years ago, there was probably none. You can't really project 50 years with any kind of real accuracy, but we can project based on what we know today. So everything in these scenarios are our current realities, our current experiences, but projected outward. Scenario C, all my relations, building off of the philosophy of our Dakota relatives in Metakwa'asin, is a story of peaceful coexistence, if you will, where we're working on the implementation, the full implementation of our treaty rights over the next decades to come. There is greater authority, greater autonomy for First Nations in managing our own program services, but also resources, shared resource agreements, for example. You see the hands in the middle, which is also recognizing that there's just not 4 nations as in some of those original prophecies, but with immigration, there's multiple nations that have come into the country. And we see the treaty medallion there. The sail-like belt on top is to recognize or represent the wampum belt, building or borrowing from our brothers and sisters in the East as peaceful coexistence and parallel processes. And our fourth and final scenario for us to think about is Sun, Grass and Waters, which is full implementation of our treaty rights and our sovereignty in 5 or as 5 nations. And the pipe recognizes is recognized as our constitution. Those are really incredible stories. I encourage you to read them. So the question I want to leave with you and to think about, and for us when we come back together, is what future do you want to sit in? What future do you want us collectively to plan towards? What future do you want us to steer away from? Fully understanding that there may be an integration of futures. Again, none are standalone, but they're ideas to think about. So I'm going to go really, really quick. You've seen on the wall, there's a number of options that were developed. Some of those are in your packages, but just the summary of them in 3 particular areas of strategies. The role or the goal of the Universal Health Accord is to strengthen and heal, protect and assert, and build and invest in all of those particular areas. I think we've heard from the chiefs this morning. What about capacity, our capital and technology, our governance systems, and of course our families and our youth. And these are just a few, much more can be built upon, but that's the frame of the scope of the Health Accord. You can see on the wall in here just to acknowledge again our elders and the work that they've done and working with us and standing beside us and teaching us. And all of this work that we will do moving forward will be built on our foundations, our spiritual foundations of who we are. And then the idea of the vision and the roadmap, again, is in your package under tab 10, but this is again just a framework. Now we got to get into the nitty-gritty work of the bricks and mortar and the strategic directions and the guiding principles. And so one of a few areas to think about that is health policy, law, and practice. For example, clinical and public health, dual government responsibility. You know, there's federal and provincial, I say perceived jurisdictions, divesting responsibility or improving health status, provincial, federal transformation. Again, all those opportunities are in front of us. And I think I'm done. So with that, I thank you for your time and attention. I want to also acknowledge, he might be gone, but we do, oh, there's Alan. We are just going to have I'll hand it over to Jenna, but Alan, who's doing the next presentation, is he's coming on as a contractor or consultant with the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. He's a health economist. He's Métis, health economist, former professor with the University of Winnipeg, and he's also a physician and medical grad of University of Manitoba. So wealth of knowledge, because our intent with now framing the paradigm and the philosophies, when we start looking at programs and services, we want to arm you with as much information as we possibly can so that you're making informed decisions. And a big part of that is the cost. You heard the provincial government say this morning that the Manitoba health system is the 10th biggest corporation in the country, right? It's a big deal. So if we're going to create our First Nation Health Authority or our First Nation health systems, which I completely inherently agree with, we need to know what that's going to cost. And we need to know what those implications are. You need to know what you need to negotiate, because it ain't going to be what's in your FNIB contribution agreement. So just as an example, if FNIB regional office brings in $500 million a year, 50% of that is spent on non-insured health benefits, transportation, medication, supplies and equipment. The other 50% is spent on everything else, including community health programs, primary care, certainly their administration. One example with permission that I have from Cross Lake to share, when we were doing their work on their health complex, in 2009, it was 2010, but in 2006 dollars, there was approximately $40 million spent per annum on Cross Lake First Nations by both provincial and federal governments. $40 million a year. Just over half of that was spent by the provincial government on things like hospitalization, emergency visits, diagnostics and physician services, so your insured services. The other half was spent by Health Canada. But of that 20 million that was spent by Health Canada, or I think it was about 18 million, only 1.9 million was spent on operating that nursing station, including the staff. So the idea of how much money actually goes into direct service delivery, we need to figure out, so that you're making informed decisions. How much money is being spent in administration or in the regional office or in the headquarters? We need to know that. You need to know that. So I look forward to working with Alan on your behalf. And our intent is that the July assembly of the AGA, certainly no later than the fall, is to have all of those numbers in front of you and to have some kind of frame, of course, with resolution and with mandate as that comes. So again, I thank you for your time. And we'll see you later.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a reminder to everybody, Duke Beardy handed out program update on the traditional healer program being facilitated by MKO. Just letting all the chiefs in assembly know, those were handed out to you. Duke will be on NCI this evening at 6 p.m. I believe he'll be talking in regards to this report and amongst other things, so just letting you guys know. And we're going to be calling upon Dr. Ellen Beaudry from Health and Economic and Medical Resident. I believe he's ready to go.
Hi there. I'm Alan Beaudry. I want to thank you for inviting me to address you today, and thank Ms. McKinnon for inviting me as well and for the kind introduction. I'm here to speak in fairly broad terms today about funding of Manitoba First Nations healthcare in general. And I think I provide a fairly unique point of view in that because I'm a health economist, I tend to look at these things from a 30,000-foot view. But I also work on the front lines. I've worked in First Nations communities as well as up farther north than that even. And my day-to-day is often spent at Health Sciences Centre or St. Boniface Hospital, caring for everybody there, of course, including First Nation citizens who I attend to. I often tell people I'm a health economist, and they say, oh yes, well that's fine. And I think that there's some amount of difference between what people actually understand this is. So if you'll indulge me a moment, I'll tell you what healthcare economics is, and maybe that can inform the rest of the conversation. So healthcare economics is the study of how people choose to use healthcare services. These are your citizens. How do they choose to take care of their own health, to go to the doctor, to take their prescriptions and things like this. It also includes how these services help them. You know, is the doctor actually useful? We like to think we're useful, but maybe we're not always. We like to think the medications we do something, but maybe they're not as effective as if we spent the money elsewhere. It's tough to say sometimes, and health economists can help a little bit with understanding what this means for your citizens. It also covers how governments choose to address these problems. And this is where you come in. By deciding for a future vision for what healthcare is going to mean to First Nations in Manitoba, you're able to influence, of course, how much money is spent, but also the health outcomes of citizens. And being able to connect all of these things and establish what relationship each of these variables has is very important for your planning. As I've already suggested, a health economist can help with making decisions by helping you to understand the cost of a given program, the benefits that people get from the program compared with other possible programs, how the system that you're operating within or the system that you create actually works, and how changes to a health system might change costs or patient health. And these are all really important things, at least in my view, and I think they will be in yours too. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. Normally I don't like talking about myself much, but I think it probably applies here pretty well. I'm Red River Métis background. I was born and raised in Winnipeg. I am 23rd generation Canadian, which makes me a little bit significantly less than most of the people here, but still I find my roots in Canada. I have 3 young daughters who I'm raising now in Winnipeg. I fully admit my wife does most of the work because I'm quite busy at the hospital most days. I completed my honors and master's degrees in economics at the University of Winnipeg. I also completed my bachelor's degree in medicine and my medical doctorate degrees at University of Manitoba, where I now work. I'm actively working in Manitoba hospitals on a day-to-day basis. I'm an internal medicine resident physician, at least I will be at the beginning of next month. I'm also the Vice Chair of Admissions for the Indigenous stream at the U of M College of Medicine, where I've been volunteering now for about 4 years. And I've worked on a number of Indigenous-related health issues in the past, including dialysis costing in Manitoba. Until late last year, nobody knew how much dialysis cost. to deliver to our patients in Manitoba, or for that matter, anywhere else in the world. And so we work together to try to figure out what that figure is, and now we actually know. I've also taken care of the medical transportation file in Nunavut over the past couple of summers, and I've done some fairly significant work on health economics in the Kiosk Dam project. Anyway, all of that is an aside. Onto the meat of it. Describing how much healthcare costs is extraordinarily complicated. I think I'm about the fourth person today to say that, especially here in Manitoba. It is nearly impossible to figure out what the heck is going on, or, for that matter, who the heck is paying for what and how much. And it's because of all of these different entities. Instead of inundating you with a list or a graph or things like that, let me just tell you a story. This story is based on a real patient that I once had. I want you to consider Rob, whose name I changed. He's 33 years old, living with his wife, his 2 young children, and his grandmother-in-law, who his wife normally takes care of. Rob works for the band. Let's say he's from Norway House. This has come up a couple of times today. He's a heavy equipment operator while his wife stays home to take care of their kids and the grandmother. Rob's working on his skidoo one day, he often does this, when he cuts himself pretty badly on his arm. Now, Rob is a bit of a tough guy, so despite the fact that he's got a 6 or 8 inch big cut on his arm, it's bleeding out, it's pretty ugly, he says, "Bah, I gotta finish my work." He rummages around, gets some band-aids, patches it all up, sticks some paper towel on top, wraps it up with some tape, and he gets back to work. His wife gives him a quizzical look and says, "Geez, Rob, you better go down to the hospital and get that taken care of." And he says, "I'll be fine." Famous last words. 2 days later, Rob isn't looking so good. He's feeling sick, like he's got the flu, he's running a fever, his arm is looking pretty gross and maybe it's red. His wife finally convinces him to head down to the hospital. Let's start tracking the expenses, shall we? Wife calls the ambulance to bring him in. There's an expense. He arrives at the hospital. The ambulance brings him around back to the unmarked door that everybody knows is actually the door to the emergency room. Heads up the stairs to the 2nd level, tries the door. Sure enough, it's unlocked. There's another expense because the lock's broken. Heads over down the hall to the nursing station. There's 2 nurses working there. There's 2 expenses. Talks to the first one that he sees. She says, "Oh, I can't help you. I'm the dialysis nurse." There's another expense. But talk to her right beside the emergency room nurse. Another expense. Emergency room nurse has a look, says, "Ooh, you look pretty sick." Changes his gauze. There's another expense. Calls the doctor. Another expense. Doctor looks at that and says, "I can sew you up, but it looks like you're going to have to head down to Winnipeg." There's another expense. He's life flight down to Winnipeg. Ends up at Health Sciences Center where he sees me. I take care of him for a couple of days by giving him IV antibiotics, another expense, and he's got more nurses to pay for. And eventually he's discharged home where he gets transportation back home, yet another expense. And this is just one little vignette of a fairly simple problem. And with all of these expenses, they're all covered by different sources. And some of them are delivered by one source and paid for by another. If you sort these out, it's a virtual nightmare. You've got the feds paying for things, you've got the province providing life flight, which is paid for by the feds. The nurses alone are both federal nurses, but one's paid for by the province and one's paid for by the feds. It's extremely difficult. My point in explaining all of this is navigating within the system and then trying to establish how much all of this costs so that you can understand how much money it will take to roll out a healthcare system, should you choose to do that, or work within the existing one, is near impossible. To get those accurate numbers is near impossible. But we can try to at least approximate them. Does all of that make sense so far? Yes? I'm seeing some nods around the room. This is just a vignette to demonstrate the differences between different communities in Manitoba. It's a little bit dated. This was prepared by Professors Lavoie and Forget at the University of Manitoba. Each row represents a different First Nations community, and each column represents a different service. The check marks show which ones the feds are paying for directly, and the blanks are which ones are not. It's completely different from one community to the next. So the story that I just told would be entirely different from one community to another. I'm going to give you a few tidbits to think about, and then I'd like to raise a few questions for you just to think about over the coming months and years as this evolution occurs in First Nations communities. First of all, I'd like to point out that federal spending is extremely variable. It's likely $700 to $1,000 per person for health centers alone, with much more for healthcare overall. The reason why I bring this up is notice how variable that is. In other provinces, sometimes it's twice as much per person. Next, Manitoba spends half of its budget, it's about $6.6 billion annually, on the delivery of healthcare services to all Manitobans. Now, First Nations make up about 1/10 of Manitobans' population and use about 50% more per person on provincial healthcare spending, but that's estimated. And again, it's very difficult to know exactly how much that is. Despite this, First Nations health indicators are lagging. And again, I'm not the first person to bring this up today. I think it's utterly tragic. Lifespan, 10 years less for a First Nations person than the average Manitoban. Diabetes affects 1 in 5 First Nations citizens, some communities as high as 50% or higher. Substance abuse and psychiatric issues are epidemic, and I see examples of this every day that I'm working. Why is it that so much money can be spent and so many resources used, and still we have these indicators and health status lagging behind? I don't know if this meets Treaty 6 obligations. This is not my area of expertise. I leave that to you to decide. But I can say that there is good reason for hope, because a number of studies of Manitoban and Canadian First Nations demonstrate that health outcomes may improve as self-determination improves. We can hold everything else constant. We can hold spending constant. We can hold resources constant. All we need to do is improve self-determination, and health outcomes improve. I want to leave you with 4 questions, which we will explore just momentarily in detail. The first one, healthcare spending is very difficult to measure right now, and therefore very difficult to predict for the future. Changes should be made with eyes wide open, shouldn't they? The more knowledge that you have about the numbers that are available, the numbers that haven't necessarily been available to now, the better a position you will be to negotiate and to set expectations for the future for healthcare in First Nations populations. There may also, for point 2, there may be a trade-off between smaller scale self-determination and the amount of healthcare. This is an important subtle point, and it has to do with First Nations working together. Communities can put their resources together to save on costs, but then you have to work as a group. Does that encroach on a community self-determination? Perhaps to some extent. There is a trade-off. You can get the benefits of pooling your resources, or you can increase a given small community self-determination. One or the other. And it's something to think about when you've decided to work together on larger projects. Healthcare also has a provincially paid component, of course, and we discussed that at length earlier. Do First Nations also want to take this over? And if so, what parts of it? Or all of it? That's tough to say. There's a lot of healthcare delivered by the province now, and it's really difficult to roll that out. But it might be something that you want to take over. My last point, do First Nations also want to oversee healthcare for off-reserve status First Nation citizens? This isn't part of existing financial agreements, but it might be something that you do want to take care of. I don't know. Touching on point 1, healthcare spending is difficult to measure and predict. With so many programs and jurisdictions, answering the question, how much does healthcare spending cost, is incredibly difficult. We need to know these numbers, though, because it'll help First Nations understand how to proceed with self-determination and what to demand from governments in the process. Also, predicting how these figures will change is absolutely critical to maintaining a system which treats First Nation citizens fairly. All you have to do is look back at the evidence from Manitoba here. We can see that agreements that were signed earlier in the 1990s are less lucrative than the agreements signed later in the early and mid-2000s. And this is largely because the federal government didn't allow for forecasting and changes of population and needs. Being able to predict the future, or at least come up with a good estimate, or allow for changes in a contract, is absolutely critical to sustaining a system. It's not good enough to think about now and how much money it is. You also have to envision years, decades in the future. And all of that said, even if current levels of funding continue, even if you get all of the money that's being spent right now on First Nations healthcare, this might still not achieve equitable health status for First Nations, because right now it's not enough. The second point that I wanted to bring to your attention: working together versus independent decisions and economies of scale. I don't know if you've heard this term before, economies of scale. It's a fancy term that we sometimes use, but it's really straightforward. What it means is that when you do more of one thing, when you concentrate your efforts, you tend to be able to do it more efficiently. So having individual physicians in a community might make sense, but you can't have a giant hospital in every community and expect to have the same efficient outcome. So when healthcare self-determination is wanted, programs between reserves may want to work together in some way. This might be, for example, a public health nurse that travels between small communities, just as one example, or creating a regional hospital. These sorts of things are already happening. It happens naturally. People do want to work together to achieve greater things. Working together might indeed save you money, but it means sometimes having to compromise with your partner and give up a little bit of that self-determination on a smaller scale. It's just the nature of it. This is a compromise which you should carefully, I suggest, carefully consider for each individual situation. And I don't think there is a one-size-fits-all answer. But open lines of communication between communities is critical to making sure the best possible outcome comes from this. The third point that I'd like to offer you is regarding further independence and taking over provincial healthcare. The amount spent on First Nations healthcare by the province is, as you might have gathered by now, kind of unclear. It's likely $10,000 per person or so. For non-First Nation citizens, it's about $4,900 off the top of my head. The Canada Health Transfer, to put things into perspective, that's the amount of money that the feds give explicitly for healthcare delivery to all provincial citizens, is about $1,100 per person per year. These healthcare expenses include on-reserve expenses like primary healthcare and dialysis. Dialysis is extraordinarily expensive, but that's a tangent. And also services at Winnipeg hospitals like at the Health Sciences Centre. Right now, First Nations exercise almost no control over this service delivery. Future options, though, include controlling funding only or taking over services, either in part or in whole. Do you want to contract doctors directly? It's being done. How about medical transportation? That's an option. How about larger or more advanced health facilities? They're being built now. Do you want more? Would you like to continue contracting out the services of Manitoba? These are all things to think about. Lastly, I'd like to note the possibility of delivering healthcare services to off-reserve status First Nations. This is something that's very often brought up as something that could be tremendously beneficial to the communities, especially in urban centers. Existing federal funding agreements, though, don't fully accommodate for off-reserve status First Nations. Should discussions of self-determination cover these citizens as well? I don't have an answer to that. I leave that to you. If so, though, the required funding for caring for these people is unknown. A new opportunity may exist as well with urban reserves. Providing First Nations healthcare in the city using these lands could be very effective. In fact, you don't even need urban reserves. You can build clinics now if you want to, and one is being done now. There are endless possibilities. However, I'd like to stress that because this is an evolving area of conversation and it demands a lot of thought, you may wish to consider this independently from conversations related to on-reserve funding, because you can think about them separately. It's important, of course, to think about all citizens, all First Nation citizens, but these can be thought of as two fairly distinct things, and you can negotiate as such, leaving room for the other, of course. So, in summary, a few key points to take home with you. Establishing the true cost of healthcare delivery is important to start now. Once a future course of action is determined, forecasting the future should begin in detail. This will inform your judgments, and this will inform your negotiations. It's very important to go into negotiations and planning with eyes wide open. There might also be a trade-off between community independence and a cost of service delivery. These gains to scaling up could be really big, they could be small. And you need to, if you care to, explore these options of working together or maintaining independence within communities. Taking over aspects of provincial healthcare is in addition to federal care, and delivering healthcare to First Nation citizens off reserve is also a possibility. It might be considered independent from services on reserve. And lastly, I think perhaps the most important point that I'll make today, and I would really like you to take this home with you. Please consider both the money and the health outcomes at the same time. They have to be tied together in your minds inextricably. They have to be tied, because existing spending is not enough to make health outcomes equitable for First Nations. When you think of money, think about the health that it will buy. When you think of health, think about how much it will cost and what needs to be done to achieve it. I think that was brief. I hope I managed to keep everyone awake during my talk of numbers and economics. That is all I have for you, but I'm certainly open to questions if anybody has any. And of course, I'd be happy to chat afterward if anybody would like to talk to me personally. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any questions from the floor? Mic 26, Chief Batson.
Hello? Okay. Chief Batson, Pine Creek First Nation. Just a few comments in relation to the last presentation and yours as well.
Yes.
I think one thing we need to consider is looking at, when we're talking about healthcare, the healthcare system in general, we need to be aware of the value systems that are in play between Indigenous people and non-Indigenous healthcare system. Obviously, our value systems are clashing. They come from their model is based on a medical model, which is always tends to be deficit-based.
Yes.
It's not based on a holistic system or on a wellness model, which, and even the elders spoke to that today about how the Indigenous perspective is all about, is holistic and looks at wellness, not so much at deficits. So I think even when we're looking at the healthcare system and you're talking about, even if we were to take over the system now, the money wouldn't be sufficient. And that's obvious because there's a lot of other systemic issues that we need to address, even when we're looking at the determinants of health, like things like poverty, access to adequate nutrition, all those other things, employment, education, all the things that are deficits or needs in our community affect the overall health and wellness of our community members. So I do agree with you in that there has to be it's a bigger picture issue. And so I think that's where the government needs to step up and provide not only enough money to create a healthcare system that's adequate for us, but also address those other issues, which in turn will, impact and improve, hopefully improve the overall health of our community members. So, so that was one of the things. Just to remember that we base our health on a holistic point of view. That includes our physical environment as well. So even a lot of these, and so some of the chiefs from the northern communities can speak to this about the impact of environmental pollution and just these big projects that are happening near their communities and the effect it's having on the health of their community members. So we have to also take into account those the physical environment as well. And just the mere fact that the healthcare system when it's dealing with Indigenous people, they see us also as, it's an industry. Healthcare system is an industry, and they are making a lot of money out of the plight of First Nations people, the chronic illnesses that they have, diabetes, cancer, etc. We talk about our children in care being an industry. The healthcare system is no different. They're still making money off of the backs of First Nations people and you know, the plight that they're in. So I think it's about time that we need to start taking control of our own destiny. We've done that in education, we're doing that in child welfare, and I think it's about time we do it in the healthcare system. Miigwech.
Thank you so much for the comments. I've learned many things from my patients over the time that I've been working with them, but one is that there is essentially no parity between health as conceived by the West and health as conceived by a First Nation. It's a very different idea of what is being sought. And so the idea of having a healthcare system, a Western healthcare system, adopted by First Nations is absurd on the face of it. I'm reluctant to even call a First Nations health authority exactly that, because health really is all-encompassing. This is something that the chiefs here today will have to grapple with over time. What does it look like to manage health, and how do you operate with a combination of traditional and Western resources? I don't have a good answer to that, but it's one that I'm looking forward to assisting with.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? Okay, we'll move on to our last speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Beaudry, for sharing the information that he shared with us today. So we are nearing the end of our assembly here, and last but not least, I would like to call up the Senior Policy Analysis for the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, Marcel Belfour.
Everyone is shut down really quick, so I'm going to talk really fast and I'll be done in a minute. Okay, maybe not a minute. Good afternoon, Chiefs. So I'm here to talk to you, sorry, and excuse me, I'm not feeling that great. I have this cold that's not going away. About transformation, whatever that means. Recall in August in 2017, Prime Minister Trudeau, sorry, I'm sorry, I just ate my cough candy. The Prime Minister announced the creation of 2 new departments. So splitting up Indian Affairs, or INAC, or whatever, to something called Crown Indigenous Relations, and then the Indigenous Services Canada. On his own, right, not conferring, not engaging, not consulting with First Nations. And the idea with that, among other things, was to improve delivery of programs and services, lead policy reform in those areas, and supposedly to contribute to closing the socioeconomic gaps of First Nations. After that, sorry, excuse me, in March last year, the Chiefs were talking about the performance of people that you work with directly who represent Canada, and specifically that was in the area of health, First Nation Inuit Health Branch, PAM, and also in now DISC, the regional, whatever he's called, the Regional Director General. And it was identified by way of resolution that the Chiefs should be involved in reviewing those people and those having those performance evaluations. And then in October last year, the Chiefs had supported regional transformation activities for AMC to take a lead and to make sure that Manitoba First Nations are involved regionally, how Canada sort of changes what it's claiming it's going to be doing. Since then, in February of this year, with the Women's Council's recommendation, the executive, AMC executive, proposed to identify the implementation of Jordan's Principle as a priority transformation activity. So because of all this, in meetings with Grand Chief Dumas, the ISK, or Indigenous Services Minister, had said that, and he had committed to having Manitoba First Nations get involved to transform the regional office of DISC to meet your needs, desires, and approaches to what they provide services and programs for. So that means in a bunch of areas, in the areas of health, which we've just heard, education, child and family services, Jordan's Principle, housing. It doesn't stop there. Housing, water, social programs, including the social assistance policy, emergency management, citizenship, fiscal relations, everything basically, duty to consult, and youth. Since then, we've been working regionally with the folks at the ISK office to have a joint Manitoba-Canada gathering on transformation, and it's happening next month, June 4th and 5th. And Grand Chief had sent you out a notice in February, and then also a request for your feedback on, hey, what do you guys want to talk about when it comes to changing the way that regional office works with you? We didn't get anything back. There was a request to provide direction or give us a call to identify what your priority areas are. We're working on developing the agenda, so if you got some thoughts or areas of interest that you want to focus on for transformation, please tell us. In the overall transformation, whatever that means, we have said instead of reinventing the wheel, we've done a lot of good work regionally here before with the Framework Agreement Initiative and identification of some of the good work that happened years ago, and then also to take a look at what other regions are doing. So that part of this project has just been recently completed. I had some folks do some research, and we're just reviewing that, and we'll bring that to discuss at the June gathering. So specific activities that are falling under the area of transformation includes what you just heard in the area of health. And I do want to say, and thank you very much, Melanie, but also folks in other organizations. And she went, I think, too quickly over the really good process that took place to change the way that you guys have told us you work with everybody. And you make sure that from the technical perspective, organizations come together. And the process that Melanie had identified and explained in the great pictures over there too, is a really good way, I think, of changing the way that we also work together as well. Another good area that is transforming in the first project that we've identified is a really good working relationship that we've developed with MKO, SCO, and others as well. So your mandated entities, MF, FNURC, and FINISM, along with some tribal councils and independents, and what you heard yesterday on changing the way that we go forward and actually work together in Jordan's Principle. And then finally, a major transformation activity that you'll probably hear at the next assembly as well will be the good work for the Chiefs Committee on Education, on the education funding formula, and there's discussion on a regional education agreement. That's as brief as I can make it for you, but as I said, if you have some thoughts or ideas of what you would like to see on the transformation gathering agenda, feel free to tell me now or contact our office. Any questions or comments? Sorry, it's really short. We did invite MKO and SCO also to share with you their activities they were doing with transformation, but we didn't get them to on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Marcel. I'm going to invite the drum group up here to get set up. So we'll be doing the closing ceremonies. I'm going to be calling upon Chief Meaches from Long Plain First Nation to give us some closing remarks.
Miigwech, thank you. Ginakanim kana, Yamina Nanak. Miigwech ka dijay kama, Keeshkeemaquah, Aki. Gang Rapcha, Nishin, Chibimadzik, Nishinave. Friends, relatives, thank you very much for being here the past few days. I want to thank Grand Chief for being with us here and choosing Long Plain to have the assembly. I want to thank all our visitors that have come a long way. Our chiefs are Ogibag, thank you. Our Ogichdak, thank you. Our elders, Chanishnabeg, Miigwech, Nabijai. Go Nagamoat, my friends here, the singers. Thank you very much. I think the past few days have been very important. Jordan's principle and our health of our nations is very paramount for all of us, and there's a lot of work to be done as we've heard the past few days. And again, I want to thank all of the staff, the AMC staff, and of course our two MCs that have done a wonderful job here presenting and keeping this conference moving. So thank you very much. I just want to thank you all, Grand Chief, Regional Chief, and all the chiefs.
Thank you, Chief Meaches. Again, it's a beautiful community that you have here. I myself went driving around personally and I seen what the developments that's taking place in this community. It's really wonderful to see. I'm going to be calling on Grand Chief Arlen Dumas to give his closing remarks.
Digo sigo marga naskumun kanaskumit na gagido tagya pitsaya ikidu kisto gidmisku te pik ora naskumit na isitosto ik igo gisitayan tatoskiwin nana gimi dia naskumit na ava koskimi donagos na digo koskisto imam tuni tamigi tatoskiwin naskumit na. I'd like to give thanks to the chiefs, to those of you that are still here in the end. You're the diehards. We really appreciate it. Again, I know how many demands there are on our chiefs, as I had said in my opening comments, and that I look forward to continuing the work that you've asked us to do. For posterity, I also want to state that, as a former chief, whenever my chiefs have asked me to do whatever they've assigned me, I always think of from a chief's perspective, and I want to do whatever I can to ensure that I preserve and maintain the sovereignty of our nations and as we move forward, and I think that we've done a good job on that. But with that said, I get that courage and I get that strength from my chiefs. So I want to thank the chiefs of the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and let's have a round of applause for our chiefs, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue with our work. I want to acknowledge Chief Meaches and his wonderful community for their hospitality and everything that they've done, and with the rest of my colleagues, and I'll leave it at that. I also want to remind everybody, because we're all good boys and girls, it's Mother's Day this weekend, so make sure we wish our mothers and mothers a happy Mother's Day. One request, chiefs. I will be visiting some of our communities this summer. I want to acknowledge the fact that some of our communities have very beautiful bonnets, and at our next AGA, I want to challenge all of my chiefs to bring their bonnets. You have very beautiful bonnets, and I would like for you to bring those bonnets here and bless our assembly with the representation of your community and your people. So at our AGA, I'd like to see all the chiefs bring their bonnets, or I'll deduct you. I'm just kidding, but I would like to see that, chief. So if you could please bring your bonnets to our next AGA, and we'll continue on with our good work. And again, thank you very much to my colleagues, everyone here, and thank you very much.
Chiefs, elders, it's an honor to give me the tobacco to to say the closing prayer for the good 2 days that we had today with you. I'm going to be using my second language, my Berkeley Indian Residential School language that was taught to me at a very young age. But I will pray to our Creator in my first language. Been a good 2 days. It's an honor to be asked to say the closing prayer. And I also want to thank the drum group for the song that they will be singing for a safe return home today. And also to thank Chief Dennis Meaches for giving us a good 2 days of warm welcome to hold the special 2 days that the you chiefs have had. I won't be using the microphone like the elders. I'd like to ask my leader to come up here and say, to come and stand with me for in case I fall down and faint before I pray. We get
wanna, hello? Is this on? Hello?